And here is Doodle.
What? No.
What?
He was arrested like 5 years ago.
Was he really?
I think so. Like charges of arson and jaywalking.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, I just finished telling everybody that we are the only people on the face of the planet that can turn Harry Potter into some sort of kink dungeon that we weren't aware that it existed, but we did it.
Well, we did that. I forgot all about that.
Yep, that we
I
did.
was repressed. That was definitely a repressed memory that I had. Oh
This is
man.
post FFB, so
Yeah, this is definitely post FFB.
it is a thing.
By the way, have you seen? Oh, go ahead.
I have a coffee pot sitting next to me that has brewed 12 cups of tea. I have the sugar and the milk. I have the teacup. I have all the things. I don't have to leave my chair.
I'm getting Sonic in just a second.
Hell yeah, you are. You know, chow on those burgers in between chapter readings.
Not burgers. No, I just wanted to. My wife was like, my wife's work is kind of cool. They gave her like $15 every day for like lunch, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. And she hasn't used hers today, so she was like, I'm just gonna order some snacks from Sonic. Do you want anything? And I was like, can I get a large Coke and some mozzarella sticks so I can please get fatter than I am? And that
You're
would be
not
great.
fat. You're fluffy.
I am pretty round. I am pretty
You're in
round.
shape. You're in shape. Round is a shape.
I am a shape. I am definitely a shape. It's not my favorite shape though. This shape doesn't let me go upstairs easily. How about I say that?
Stairs are hard in the best of days.
Stairs are hard, but they used to not be hard for me, and I'm actually gonna start working out here in a minute, so that way I can not say stairs are hard.
You know, gravity's a thing, and not all people get along with gravity. I am one of those people.
One of my chatter's boss says fluffy pog, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm fluffy.
You're fluffy.
I'm not fat, I'm fluffy.
Just like I'm not short, I'm fun-sized.
Shape poggers. Have you do you know what fluffy's from? I hope you know what fluffy's from.
It could be from many things.
It's the 5 levels of fatness from Gabriel Iglesias.
Yes. Okay, I
Oh
was
my
say
gosh,
it could
okay.
be from many things. We could be referring to the dog. We could be referring to, you know, we could be referring to the shape. We could be referring to the fact that I have fluffy blankets all over the house, and you know, we could be referring to a lot of things when referring to fluffy.
Exactly. But in this case, we're talking about the 5 levels of fatness, which is healthy, husky, fluffy, fat, and
I don't know where I fall in the 5 levels of fatness. I'm also wearing like 4.
Oh hell!
Ah, hell no. Got your own orbit.
I definitely fall in the husky section. I'm definitely more in the husky section.
You know, I put on what I like to call my COVID 30. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I put on almost 100.
You know, it's not our fault. The
married.
government told us we couldn't go anywhere. It's the government's fault.
I mean, I know, but I'm like, man, I miss looking at the scale and not seeing it say like
danger
and counting, you know. So
I miss looking at the scale and not having it yell at me. Get off, please get off.
Yes. Get off.
It hurts. I have
to throw it into the neighboring yard because it's a gnome apparently.
It's apparently we're spinning scales and our
Get off.
Like our head like a helicopter here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
A very rigid helicopter just oh gosh.
Oh god. It's got its own sick beat.
It just plays the root sound.
I'm a beatboxing blueberry.
Oh man, I haven't seen that TikTok in forever.
I know, it just popped into my head out of friggin' nowhere. So, I did a thing. Remember last book club we were talking about not sticking the metal through the face?
I know.
I did it.
Talk about that, but she did it.
I did.
And she sent me a picture, and I was like, "Oh no, the nose ouchie ring!" And she's like, "It didn't hurt," and I'm like, "In my mind, it does, and that's what's important."
Well, see, I tried to tell you it didn't hurt just to make you feel better. No, it very much was a holy shit, I did that moment.
Was it more like the shock, or was it?
It was like a really. It was a pinch. It was a sharp pinch.
So,
My eye watered awkwardly. It was a thing.
Worse than like a vaccination pinch? Sorry, I need to take a Pepsi real quick.
No.
Just about on par there.
Just about on par.
But like through the nose, so it's
but
like
through the
infinitely
nose.
more like
And it's cartilage, so
crazy.
that hurt more.
No, yeah.
And then my tiny human, God love him, we were in the kitchen and he poked it. Same day I had it done.
Fun.
So he's like, he's 13, so, you know, mom's got something new, let's touch it. Don't touch it.
Let's touch it. I mean, like, that's a natural
What is that? Touch, right?
What is
and
that?
I winced and I pulled back and he's like, oh, that doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to get your nose pierced. I'm like,
yes,
he goes, there's no nerve endings in your nose. I'm like, come here. So he walks over and I reach up, because of course he's taller than me, and I pinch the inside of his nose, like right where they pierced. I pinched him and he's like, oh, that hurt. I'm like, what did we learn?
There are nerve endings.
He's like, noses hurt. Very good. You may go now. Like, I have accomplished in teaching you a thing today. Go me.
I have done all I can to teach you, please. Move on.
Carry on. Yeah, no. There's no nerves. There's no pain in your nose. Really? Let's test that theory. Come here.
That is so funny, honestly.
It's like, it was such an innocent, like, airheady, derpy teenager thing to do and say. Like, it was, I couldn't fault him for it. It was funny. I just kind of looked at him with my head cocked sideways, like, what words just came out of your face, Al?
Like, and he probably really believed it. So he did. He was gonna like hurt you when he touched it, and you're like,
yeah, pain is a thing, dude.
We need to talk.
We need to talk about anatomy and where pain receptors lie here. Pinch.
Oh, that is actually really awesome.
It is hilarious. But it is birthday eve.
Happy birthday, Eve.
So we are going to do the birthday book club.
I hope you enjoyed your early birthday gift of Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It was glorious. It was all of the greasy goodness.
I was like, I have never sent somebody a gift of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Welcome to Twitch, everybody.
I mean, Shoes occasionally shows up and sends me $1 for a Slurpee, so I mean, it's not the weirdest thing.
Shoes has never sent me $1 for Slurpees. What is this?
Shoes? I will talk to the Shoes.
Shoes, you need to send me $1 for Slurpees.
You get $15
with that voice.
With that voice. I'm afraid.
You should be.
I am. I spend my life in a perpetual state of fear and confusion. But
what are we afraid of this time?
I am afraid of what points redemptions are going to happen on your channel today. I don't know if I can handle any of them without peeing myself.
Well, okay.
Because I'm old and I've had a child, and that's just how my body works now.
Let me say right now, the person who normally would be doing that in my chat right now, whose name is Boss Bob, also goes by Incel sometimes. He is lurking, so he cannot hear us right now. Or if he can hear us, he's not responding, which in this case might work to our advantage. And I have not yet seen a panda, and if there is a panda, then he has not yet like pummeled us with any kind of chat requests yet. So
we are good for now.
I think. Never mind. I woke up, boss. Nothing, buddy.
Not a thing.
Oh, and
pay no attention.
Panda's here too. Oh, great. Well,
I was about to say I shall not poke the bear, and hopefully we'll be safe. But
there's no delicate way to say this, classic. You're gonna pee your pants.
Oh God, what did he do now?
No, I'm just saying, just be prepared.
Oh no.
Really quickly, sorry. Do you mind if I take care of some
housekeeping?
Housekeeping on my channel, super quick.
You take care of all the housekeeping
I have
you need.
Just a very quick housekeeping thing because I just saw this. 3 people have followed me ever since we did the book club.
Excellent.
Which is really cool. So, and they're people that I pelted with questions on streams. But Luca Asagi, Dat Shadow Wolf, and Rams are the best. Thank you so much for following. Welcome to the graveyard. Hope your time here is restful. I'm working on that still. I'm workshopping, like
workshopping. Welcome to the shit show. That's all I've got. Thanks for following. Welcome to the shit show. Be sure to grab your poncho on the way in.
like I would do that, but like my character, mm,
You're a
my
ghost.
words are failing me. My stream is so character driven.
It
If
is.
you guys don't mind me pulling down the fourth wall a little bit, that I feel like I have to have some kind of cute little catchphrase, you know, like "Welcome to the graveyard." Just like
I'll never
laugh
do that again.
maniacally. Yeah, I'm like type things. These
That's the
would
one
be
and
worse.
only like preppy girl
That was
giggle
the
you
first
ever get.
and last time. Oh, actually, no. That's now a channel rewards point. Thank you for the inspiration, there, friend.
Damn. When will I
Harry
ever learn that the safest
Potter.
thing for me to do is to keep my mouth shut?
The next day, Harry barely grinned once.
Damn it. Note to self: keep mouth shut.
Hey, at least I'm not doing that girl from Scary Movie. It's so spooky.
It's so spooky.
I heard that impression. I'm like, that's my favorite thing ever now.
It's so
It's so spooky. Spooky.
I love this. This is 4 hours of book club that is only really 2 hours of book club because we are squirrels.
Oh, it's only like half an hour of book club at best.
But,
Let's be
I
honest.
mean...
It's a great half hour, and then
It
it's
is.
a great 3 hours and 30 minutes of other book club.
Of whatever the hell happens to come out of Classique's face hole.
immature screaming, and ooh, they did not bread the mozzarella sticks well.
Please
Ooh.
don't burn yourself on molten cheese.
Oh no, it's like, it's warm, but it's not hot.
That's awkward.
No, it's actually really good. Like,
Just
Oh
a
my
reminder,
goodness.
a couple of housekeeping things on my end. Sound alerts, do not use your points. They still do not work. So please save your points. Do not use sound alerts. I'm working on it. It's a thing. I'm not technologically brilliant. We'll figure it out. Second of all,
in my chat. Oh, go ahead.
Streamloots is activated. My first goal was to dye my hair purple. My hair is currently purple. Therefore, the new goal is it's tattoo time.
Ooh.
Which
She's gonna
is...
get a tattoo of Harry Potter with googly eyes on it. Yes.
Ah! And also, my stream for some reason keeps erroring out, so just keep hitting reload player. It'll fix this shit.
Oh, also, actually, your tattoo should say post FFB. That's what
It should say, yeah, post FFB. Just
That's it. That's it. Oh, why is my stream disgusting with the crap?
mine is too.
Like, it's totally low res right now.
Mine keeps flipping from I'm okay to low res to I'm just gonna stroke right out. So you guys are gonna get what you're gonna get, and I'm sorry in advance, but the VOD will be up after stream's over, and you can rewatch at your pleasure.
Yes, I'm hoping this is something on stream's end, because on my end everything looks fine. I've got a green. I haven't dropped any frames. I don't have any kind of connection issue or anything. I don't know what's going on.
I've dropped 3.6% of my frames, which isn't bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
That's normal frame loss.
That's
because it can't calculate my awesome.
You're gonna lose at least like 5% of frames per stream. I think everybody's kind of accepted that. Like on a good day, 5% of frames.
On a good day.
On a good day.
Panda says both of our streams are fine.
Are fine. Can you, on my stream, can you like read the words? That's my most like worrisome thing.
My thing is my glasses keep reflecting my green screen, so I might have to go glasses-less today.
You can read them? Oh, maybe it's just my weird internet connection, like coming back to my phone. That could be it. Because I'm watching my stream on my phone because I don't have multi-monitor, because I'm bougie like that.
I have multi-monitor. I have us up in front of me so that I can, because I have a habit of looking off to the side of my stream to make sure everything's capturing properly. So if I just stare at my stream, I don't tend to look off to the left. So
like 1,000-yard stare.
But I do have my coffee maker with the tea whole set up on the end table. Got really funny looks for doing that. I have water for those of you that, I have two.
Hydrate.
I have two. One for each hand. And then I have my Coke in a cup. So we're good. I also have fishy crackers in case we get hungry.
I'm always hungry.
I spend my life in a perpetual state of starvation.
That might actually explain a lot about how I gain this weight.
It
Okay,
might.
that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense.
I'm
Okay.
always hungry.
I have cracked the code. I just need to eat less. There we go.
I just need to stop with the food.
I need to stop eating, he says as he chomps down on 8 mozzarella sticks with marinara sauce.
I'm proud of myself. I had 2 servings of dinner and don't at all feel guilty about it.
Nice.
Yes. And now I'm munching on fishy crackers like my life depends on it.
Very good. You are stocking up for the winter, my little squirrel friend.
I am. I like squirrels, they're funny.
They are funny. Like us. Look,
us.
there's one right there.
Oh, squirrel. Oh, piece of candy.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
we left off at chapter 6, which is Gilderoy
Lockhart.
Gilderoy Lockhart. Everyone fanboy! Everyone fanboy for the Gilderoy Lockhart.
He's so fabulous.
Wow. So, Harry and Ron just crashed the car into the Whomping Willow.
Barely avoid getting expelled.
Barely avoided getting expelled and getting pummeled to death. Like, let's put that out there. Like, they almost got, like, shish-katried, if that's a word.
Let's be honest, if Hermione was in that car, they would be dead. Because the Whomping Willow and everybody in the school likes Ron and Harry.
Right. I feel bad for Hermione, though.
I really do.
I do.
Because she follows the rules, and so really quick. Hello, Stray Kit. It's a familiar name that we both know.
Hello, Stray! Hello, welcome to the Birthday Eve stream with Doodle.
I hoping so my birthday.
Chew your mozzarella stick before speaking.
I read the funny book, my ha ha
ha. That was the most awkward laugh I've done in a while. Let's pretend that didn't happen. You know, I may switch to this mug.
I think that awkward laugh is warranted, if I'm honest. But oh, I don't know. I don't know if, by the way, you saw I have a question at the top of my stream for everybody to answer. My question today was, who's the worst character in book 2 and why is it Dobby?
And why is it Dobby? Why didn't the movies translate Sassy Harry? That's another problem we have.
No, that is another problem we have, but I just have a major problem with Dobby, because Dobby is, in this book, he is awful. He is terrible. Dobby has not yet received a sock. Dobby has not yet been redeemed. Dobby's redemption arc is the whole of book 2.
Did you get that TikTok I sent you where Dobby, the naked cat, was dancing with the cup? And then the lady that we like to share, does McGonagall, was like, Dobby is dancing naked in the streets for money.
Panda Nutty, really quick, sorry. Panda Nutty just tipped $5. Thank you so much, Panda Nutty. I don't know who that is. Panda, is he a cousin of yours?
Panda's bringing in the whole family.
Panda's like, what? No, it's me. Sorry, Panda. I thought there was going to be a fanfare, but there was not one.
Why aren't your alerts working? We need to remedy that.
My alerts are working, except for Streamlabs, I think. Because I think, because I'm slowly migrating to Stream Elements, because I did try that, and actually I really do like it a lot.
I love it.
I love it. It's free.
Right?
But, so like, it's just like, I'm so ingrained in Streamlabs that it's kind of a chore to have to transfer
there is a button
over.
I will show you after stream. There is a button to just export everything from to over. There is a button. I will show you how to do it.
I clicked the button. Most everything's in Streamlabs. Like, most of it's done. I'm like 85% of the way there. It's just like there's a couple of notifications that I'm forgetting about. Like, I haven't gotten tipped in forever ago. Truth be told.
Truth be told, yeah, it.
Like, I'm like not that I'm complaining. Like, you do not have to tip my stream, by the way. No. Most people just would send me bits or subscribe those. So when I get a tip, it's like, whoa.
Yeah, my stream goes. Does not compute.
So I think I just need to get the Stream Elements tip site up, and then I didn't think anyone was going to tip me, and then Panda tipped me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Panda gave me a tip for slushy money. He says it's for slushy money. Well,
Slurpee
thank you.
money!
Way to call back. Well, so thank you, Panda. I appreciate that.
Slurpees for
I very much
Panda.
appreciate it, and uh,
Slurpees.
I will
So,
give you a tip. Says Stray. Watch Arcane. It's a great TV show. I'll see. Anyways,
thanks, Stray. Your tip for me of the day is please remember to wear pants.
no,
Pants are necessary
I'm not
when
wearing them
public.
now, and you cannot make me.
I am. Nobody worry.
It's too warm right now, right in this apartment.
Oh god, it is too warm for pants. Stray's so excited that
Eventually-
he's wearing pants. For now, Stray, I don't want to know when you take your pants off. That is none of my business.
He gets his pants off when he's bored, apparently, because when he's excited, he wears pants. So excited, I wear pants.
Aw, Panda.
What a panda
Also,
does.
slushy money. All the slushies everywhere.
Crap.
Oh,
I have
shit.
heard Arcane is good. I'm not huge on League of Legends right now, but maybe later.
League of Legends, I'm mad at right now. It's fine.
Ooh.
Valorant, I'm not mad at, and I really need to start playing some Valorant. I need to pick that back up again. I miss it.
I'm done with first-person shooters. I cannot handle the pressure.
Oh, also, Doodle, Stray, tomorrow night in my Discord, there is a channel. It is called Classique's Birthday Shenanigans. Starting at about 9:30, I will be adult beveraging with friends, and we will be playing all of the things and probably none of the things all at the same time.
It looks like I'll be your designated driver that night.
Designated driver. Yeah, because I can't think of a single... Yes, Stray! Yes! The oh my god, I can go to the bathroom clip! Oh... That just... That clip makes me happy in ways that you cannot imagine. That was the greatest freaking gaming moment ever. That match took forever.
Forever.
And I seriously thought Systemics was going to explode. And then we finally win, and all you hear in the background is, oh my god, I can go to the bathroom, as he takes off down the hallway.
Well, I know. I'm well aware of the clip. I have seen the clip many times.
Oh, I have it on my desktop. Just because it was great. All you hear in the distance is, I can go to the bathroom.
Oh, poor guy.
Poor guy. Oh, I laugh at his expense weekly. I feel bad. Kind of. Not really, but it was
No,
great.
you don't.
No. Not
You
at
do
all.
Not feel bad at all.
Nope. So I have made an executive decision. You are reading the first chapter for one
I
reason
am reading the first
and one
chapter.
reason only. I need to hear you do the howler.
Oh, you need me to do the howler.
I need you to do the howler because the howler is this chapter.
Okay, well, I will do the howler, but I may not give you the performance you're expecting. Just a warning.
You know, any performance is better than mine because I can't yell because I have a tiny human going to sleep. So, oh no.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, well, it looks like we're ready to get started, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the wonderful, whimsical, racist world of Harry Potter. Here we go!
That turns into a kink dungeon at the slightest provocation.
Oh, no, wait. It's not here we go. It's let's go.
Oh,
Because Amanda
no.
has redeemed, it's a Mario time. Wahoo! I hate my voice right now.
I swear he does this to
Five.
me on purpose.
He does. 5 minutes on the clock, starting now. Chapter 6. Gilderoy Lockhart. My wife is going ballistic. The next day, however, Harry appeared green the once. Things started to go downhill from breakfast in the great hall. The 4 long-house tables were laden with tureens of porridge, plates of keepers, mountains of toast, and dishes of eggs and bacon. Beneath the enchanted ceiling, today a dull, cloudy gray. Harry and Ron sat down at the Gryffindor table next to Hermione, who had her copy of Voyages with Vampires propped against an open milk jug. There was a slight stiffness in the way she said, "A morning," which told Harry that she was still disapproving of the way they had arrived. Neville Longbottom, on the other hand, greeted them cheerfully. Neville was a round-faced, accident-prone boy with the worst memory of anyone Harry had ever met. Mail's due any moment. I think a big grandmama is sending a few
Oh
things
my
I forgot.
god.
Harry had only started his porridge when, sure enough, there was a rushing sound overhead, and 100 or so owls streamed in, circling the hall and dropping letters and packages into the chattering crowd. A big, lumpy package bounced off of Neville's head, and a second later, something large and grey fell into Hermione's jug, spraying them all with milk and feathers. "Errol," said Ron, pulling the bedraggled owl out by the feet. Errol slumped, unconscious, onto the table, his legs in the air, and a damp red envelope in his beak.
That poor bird.
"Oh no!" "Oh no!" Ron gasped. "It's all right, he's still alive," said Hermione, prodding Errol gently with the tip of her finger. "It's not that, it's that."
Doodles
Ron
losing it.
was pointing at the red envelope. It looked quite ordinary to Harry, but Ron and Neville were both looking at it as though they expected it to explode. "What's the matter?" said Harry. She's sent me a howl," said Ron faintly. "You'd better open it, Ron," said Neville with a timid whisper. "It'll be worse if you don't. My grandma sent me one once, and I ignored it, and he gulped. It was horrible." Harry looked from the petrified faces to the red envelope. "It's a howler," he said. But Ron's whole attention was fixed on the letter, which had all begun to smoke at the corners. "Open it," said Neville urged. "It'll all be over in a few minutes." Ron stretched forth a shaking hand, eased the envelope from Errol's beak, and slid it open. Neville stuffed his fingers in his ears. A split second later, Harry knew why. He thought for a moment it had exploded. A roar of sound filled the huge hall, shaking dust from the ceiling. "Stealing the car. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I went through when we saw it was gone." Mr. Weasley's yells, 100 times louder than usual, made the plates and the spoons rattle on the table and echoed deafeningly on the stone walls. People throughout the hall were swiveling around to see who had received the howl, and Ron sank so low in his chair that only his crimson forehead could be seen. "Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this. You and Harry could both have died, you naughty boy." Harry had been wondering when his name was going to crop up. He had tried very hard to look as though he couldn't hear the voice that was making his eardrums throb. "Absolutely disgusted. Your father's facing an inquiry at work. It's entirely your fault. And if you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight home." A ringing silence fell. The red envelope, which had dropped from Ron's hand, burst into flames and curled into ashes. Harry and Ron sat stunned, as though the tidal wave had just passed over them. A few people laughed, and gradually a babble of talk broke out again. Hermione closed the Voyages with the Vampires and looked down at the top of Ron's head. "Well, I don't know what you expected, Ron, but you don't tell me I deserved it," snapped Ron. Harry pushed his porridge away. His insides were burning with guilt. Mr. Weasley was facing an inquiry at work. After all Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had done for him over the summer. Oh no! That's a time. Did you like what I do with the howler? Classic. Did you like what I do with the
Um,
classic?
I had to
Classic
mute
music.
everywhere. Jesus Christ, what
Classic.
the fuck was that?
That was the howler, obviously.
No, that was
the howler.
pornographic. What the fuck happened?
What? That's what howlers do. Don't you know? They make you feel really awkward and guilty, and that is what would make any young boy feel awkward and guilty.
Oh my god! You said pitiful and it sounded like you said pedophile, and that's when I lost it.
Well, I mean,
I'm over here freaking. I got my Discord muted, I got my Twitch muted, I am freaking dying over here. Stray can't play his game because he's laughing too hard.
Stray, there is It's a Wario time. I can tell you now, I have It's a Mario time, It's a Luigi time, I have Ubu mode, I have It's a Wario time, and then for 5,000, the highest reward, because this is the impression closest to God, It's a Waluigi time. So, yes, there is an It's a Wario time, but I'll need to lubricate my throat. So.
Jesus Christ, my brain went straight to the gutter. Holy
Get your head out of there, honey.
I can't. It's stuck. I need some lubricant.
I need to make sure my throat is healthy, so no, that one doesn't quite work either.
Nope. Try again.
I don't bend that way, but yeah, a lot of people think I do for some reason.
Oh, damn.
Can't imagine why.
I have no idea. Oh my god. I am not
Couldn't have been
okay.
because I was in theater for 3 years, pretty much most of my school life. That can't be it at all.
No, not at all.
Legitimately, there were some people that were surprised I married my wife, and they were like, "Oh, I thought you." Well, I mean, I thought, okay. Someone's words exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, one person was like, the problem is I don't even know their name. It was just somebody who was also in theater with me at the time. And they were like, "Oh, well, that's your wife. I thought you, oh." And I was like,
oh my
what?
God. I'm so
Yeah.
glad I didn't wear the eyeliner or the I didn't wear anything today because I knew this was going to happen.
I posted this stream in my Discord server. Anyone who's not there is missing out. Just saying.
Yeah, you know, I didn't post it anywhere. It is what it is. It's like, Jesus fuck. Okay. We need to carry on this chapter.
I should advertise this more. I need to be getting paid more for this. Gosh.
God, you need to be getting paid more for it. I'm over here hyperventilating and damn near choking to death on my tea. I need hazard pay.
Choking to death from the fact that I'm freaking.
Fucking hazard pay. Harry Potter and the hazard pay.
You signed up for when you asked me to come do this with you
after
book one.
After book one, and that one time you're like, "God, can I come in?" I'm like, "Sure, let's do this." You did it once. I'm like, "This is how it's happening from now on." Like, there's no book club without Doodle.
I was like, "Excuse you," like you knew what was happening. Like you
excuse you, you
out
signed this contract. I didn't. Yeah, I should have. Like chapter 2 of book 1.
Doodle, listen, I can't do this with you. It's fine. You can.
It's
tell
not
me that,
you.
okay?
It's me. Actually, no.
You can
Swip that. It's not me. It's you.
It's definitely me.
It's
And you
definitely
can tell me that, and I understand, but you didn't tell me that.
And here we are.
1 book and 6.2 chapters in, and you're still not privy to the fact that this book is going to be an absolute mess. Welcome.
I am not bright. What can I say?
Stray, I will not be reading the entire book with the Mario voice.
No, just wait until we get to a serious chapter and someone redeems Uwu. Jesus Christ.
And then my wife says, I sometimes think I was an enigma when we were in school. Nah, kind of. I think everyone's a bit of an enigma. But this isn't about you. I'm like, this isn't about you, this is about me, though.
This isn't about you. Focus! Focus, woman!
You can be an enigma on your own stream if you stream again. You should stream again.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. I can do it pretty seriously if you want, but...
Oh. No!
I think Hogwarts Hotline is my favorite reading I've ever done on this channel, ever.
Hogwarts Hotline?
And if somebody did not clip that, then I am very sad. That's all I'm saying.
I pretty much 100% guarantee the panda will go back and get it. Don't worry, it'll be there.
Well, why don't we move on?
Let's move on while we still can.
But he had no time to dwell on this. Professor McGonagall was moving along the Gryffindor table, handing out course schedules. Harry took his and saw that they had double herbology with the Hufflepuffs first. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the castle together, crossed the vegetable patch, and made for the greenhouses, where the magical plants were kept. At least the Howler had done one good thing. Hermione seemed to think they had now been punished enough and was being perfectly friendly again.
Of course.
I love Hermione, but she does have her moments where I'm like, oh my gosh. I have to keep reminding myself that she is like 13, 12 or 13 in this book. And
12.
I'm like,
They're
yeah,
12 at
I
this
acted.
point.
They're 12, and I'm like, I acted like that at that age, so I have to remember that too. I was terrible at that age. As they neared the greenhouses, they saw the rest of the class standing outside, waiting for Professor Sprout. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had only just joined them when she came striding into view across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Sprout's arms were full of bandages, and with another twinge of guilt, Harry spotted the whomping willow in the distance, several of its branches now in slings.
Oh.
Professor Sprout was a squat little wit. They care more about this tree than they do half the students in this school. Don't this tree beats up a car, and they're like, "Oh, you poor baby, let me give you some bandages and then freaking Harry is gonna crash later in this book, and Gilderoy's gonna be like, "Oh, I can fix this." Kill him again. Oh, whoops! I got rid of all his bones. Oh, he'll be fine. Give him some juice. It'll suck, but you'll be fine.
Thanks, Shoes,
Professor
for the
Sprout was a
resub.
squat little
Welcome to the
witch
shit
who wore
show.
a patched hat over her flyaway hair. There was usually a large amount of earth on her clothes, and her fingernails would have made Aunt Petunia faint. Gilderoy Lockhart, however, was immaculate in sweeping robes of turquoise, his golden hair shining under a perfectly positioned turquoise hat with gold trimming. Oh, hello there, he called, beaming around at the assembled students. Just been showing Professor Sprout the right way to doctor a whomping willow. But I don't want you running away with the idea that I'm better at herbology than she is.
Then why the
I
hell are you here, you gobbling thunder twat?
I'm here for the comic relief since Malfoy is suddenly going to be getting very serious in this book.
I also have to reveal to Shoes something.
Hi, Shoes. You should come on my chat too. Because I love you.
Shoes asked if I had done the haircut yet.
Oh, she has. She definitely has.
I also stuck the metal through my nose just as an update for Shoes. Anyway, back to Lockhart and back to Lockhart and Malfoy being, twats.
Malfoy suddenly being competent. But I don't want you running away with the idea that I'm better at herbology than she is. I always imagine him just being ever so slightly drunk, like all the time. Just a little
bit.
Oh, I just had a tipple after lunch. It's not a big deal,
As he walks around and, he's got a 40 of vodka in his upper sleeve,
like seriously, like he's a buffoon. He's like the upper class, but like he's a twit. If that makes sense. I'm trying to think of the word for him. He's a boffin, I think is what the word is.
That's a new word.
It's literally there's a word like the British use to describe like, oh, he's a fop. He's foppish. He's like, oh hello,
shit.
how are you doing today? Hello. Twiddling his little monocle and swinging his cane with his daddy's money.
I just spilled tea into my book.
Okay, that's not good. You need to make sure you stop that up.
I got it. We're good. It's a little stained, but it'll be a memory of.
It'll be a memory of the time I taught you what a fop is. I guess I don't know.
It'll be a memory of FFB.
Yep, that is definitely FFB. Post FFB, I should say.
Post FFB.
Yes. So I just happen to have met several of these exotic plants on my travels. Greenhouse today, 3 today, chaps, said Professor Sprout, who was looking distinctly disgruntled, not at all her usual cheerful self. There was a murmur of interest. It only ever worked in Greenhouse 1 before. Greenhouse 3 housed far more interesting and dangerous plants. Professor Sprout took a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. Harry caught a whiff of damp earth and fertilizer mingling with the heavy perfume of some giant, umbrella-sized flowers dangling from the ceiling. He was about to follow Ron and Hermione inside when Lockhart's hand shot out, Harry! I've been wanting a word. You don't mind if he's a couple of minutes late, do you, Professor Sprout? Judging by Sprout's scowl, she did mind, but Lockhart said, "That's the ticket," and closed the greenhouse door in her face. "Harry," said Lockhart, his large white teeth gleaming in the sunlight as he shook his head. "Harry, Harry, Harry." Completely nonplussed, Harry said nothing. When I heard, well, of course it was all my fault. Could have kicked myself. Harry had no idea what he was talking about. He was about to say so when Lockhart went on. Don't know when I've been more shocked. Flying a car to Hogwarts. Well, of course, I knew at once why you'd done it. Stood out a mile, Harry. Harry, Harry, Harry. It was remarkable how he could show every one of those brilliant teeth even when he wasn't talking. Gave you a taste for publicity, didn't I? Said Lockhart. Gave you the bug. You got onto the front page of the paper with me, and you couldn't wait to do it again. Oh, no, Professor. See, Harry, 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 said Lockhart, reaching out and grasping his shoulder. I understand. I understand. Natural to want a bit more once you've had that first taste. And I blame myself for giving you that because it was bound to go to your head. But see here, young man, you can't start flying cars to try to get yourself noticed. Okay, just calm down, all right? Plenty of time for all that when you're older. Yes, yes, I know what you're thinking. It's all right for him. He's an internationally famous wizard already. Oh, but when I was 12, I was just as much of a nobody as you are now. In fact, I'd say I was even more of a nobody. I mean, a few people have heard of you, haven't they? All that business with he who must not be named. He glanced at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. I know.
I swear,
It's
you
not
guys
quite
are
as
going to
good
cause
as
me
winning Which Weekly's Most
pain,
Charming
facial
Smile
pain,
Award
if you
5
keep doing
times
it.
in
And
a
no,
row
Panda,
as
don't
I have.
encourage the chaos.
But it's a start, Harry. It's a start. Excuse me, I have to go kill myself. 1 second. No, and it's not for the reason you think. I have to start another 5-minute timer.
I know. I'm watching the argument happen in my chat.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm trying
Here-
to quell them, but they're out of control.
What's the argument?
Um, so Stray's attempted to redeem some of the Luigi time from Doodle. Panda, of course, not helping, is like, do it. Panda encourage all the chaos. Stray's like, I got to go ahead. I'm gonna put it in. They're not. It's not safe.
I mean, that sounds less like an argument, more like, "Hey, let's do it." And then Devil's Advocate, "Yeah, let's do it."
Right? You've got Stray going, should I do this? And you've got Panda sitting on the shoulder going, go for it.
Yes.
What do you say, Wackus Bunkus?
Kill him. Naughty Wackus Bunkus.
Bunkus. That's what's happening in my chat right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes. It's a Luigi time.
Oh, here we go. Let's mute
Although
everything.
I'm very happy that I got rid of Gilderoy Lockhart's because I think that's my favorite character that I've ever voiced ever.
I love how he
My
is slightly
entire-
old, slightly drunk, and definitely manic.
And also, I love the fact that he's like, "Oh, yeah, well, he had that little thing with what's his name? He who must not be something. Yeah, that was kind of cool, wasn't it? But I mean, like,
I've won the
I get
Smile
it.
Award.
I get it. I get it. You want to be famous. I totally get it. You want to be as big as me. Like, I get it. You'll get there. You'll get there. Like, not actually thinking he's not gonna get there.
Oh, God.
He's an idiot, but he's my idiot now, and I think I love him.
Okay, well, I'm gonna mute everything because I have a feeling that giggle snorting is about to happen, and ain't nobody
if
want
it
to hear
hasn't
that.
already.
Oh,
All right, everybody.
God.
5 minutes starting now.
Wahoo! He gave Harry a hearty wink and a strode off. Harry stood stunned for a few seconds. Then, remembering he was supposed to be in the greenhouse, he opened the door and slid inside. Professor Sprout was standing behind a trestle bench in the center of the greenhouse. I didn't realize the sentence to continue down. About 20 pairs of different colored earmuffs were laying on the bench. When Harry had taken his place between Ron and Hermione, he said, She said, we'll be potting a mandrake today. Now, who can tell me the properties of a mandrake? Oh my gosh. To nobody's surprise, Hermione's hand was the first in the air. Mandrake or mandragora is a powerful restorative, and it's a good in a pasta, said Hermione, sounding as though she had swallowed the textbook. It is a use to return a people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor for the foreshadowing, said Professor Sprout. The mandrake forms an essential part of most antidotes. It is, however, dangerous. Who can tell me why? Hermione's hand nearly missed Harry's glasses as it shut up again. The cry of the mandrake is fatal to anyone who hears it, she said promptly. Precisely. Take another 10 points, said Professor Sprout. Now, the mandrakes we have here are still very young. She pointed to a row of deep trays as she spoke, and everyone shuffled forward for a better look. 100 or so tufty little plants, purplish green in color, were growing there in rows. They looked quite unremarkable to Harry, who didn't have the slightest idea what Hermione meant by the cry of the mandrake. Everyone, take a pair of earmuffs, said Professor Sprout. There was a scramble as everyone tried to seize a pair that wasn't a pink and a fluffy. When I tell you to put them on, make sure your ears are completely covered, said Professor Sprout. When it is to say to remove them, I will give you the thumbs up. Right, earmuffs on! Harry snapped the earmuffs over his ears. They should not sound completely. Professor Sprout put the pink fluffy pair over her own ears, rolled up the sleeves of her robe, grasped one of the tufty plants firmly, and pulled hard. Harry let out a gasp of surprise that no one could hear. Instead of roots, a small, muddy, and extremely ugly baby popped out of the earth. Un momento. The leaves were growing right out of his head. He had a pale green mottled skin, and was clearly bawling at the top of his lungs. Professor Sprout took a large plant pot from under the table and plunged the mandrake into it, burying him in dark, damp compost until only the tufted leaves were visible. Professor Sprout dusted off her hands, gave them all the thumbs up, and removed her own earmuffs. As our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries won't kill yet, she said calmly, as though she'd just done nothing more exciting than water a begonia. However, they will knock you out for several hours. Oh yeah, as I'm sure none of you want to miss your first day back, make sure your earmuffs are securely in place while you work. I will attract your attention when it is time to pack up. 4 to a tray, there is a large supply of pots here. Compost in the sacks over there, and be careful of the venomous tentacula. It's teething. She gave a sharp slap to a spiky red plant as she spoke, making it draw the long feelers that had been inching sneakily over her shoulder. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were joined at their tray by a curly-haired Hufflepuff boy Harry knew by sight, but had never spoken to. Justin Finch of Latchley, he said brightly, shaking Harry by the hand. Know who you are, of course, the famous Harry Potter. And you're Hermione Granger, always topping everything. Hermione beamed as she had the hand shaken too. And Ron Weasley, wasn't that your flying car? Ron didn't smile. The howler was obviously still on his mind. That Lockhart's something, isn't he? Said Justin happily as they began filling their plant pots with dragon dung compost. Ew. Awfully brave, a chap. Have you read his books? I'd have died of fear if I'd been cornered in a telephone booth by a werewolf. But he stayed cool and zap. Just a fantastico. My name was down for Ethan, you know. I can't tell you how glad I am I came here instead. Of course, Mother was slightly disappointed, but since I made her read Lockhart's books, I think she's begun to see how useful it'll be to have a fully trained wizard in the family. After that, they didn't have much chance to talk. Their ear muscle were back on, and they needed to concentrate, and that is time. Okay, let's take a break for a second. Believe it or not, Mario and Luigi's voice kind of knocks it out of me slightly. Because I really have to think about how they're doing it, and I still can't do Luigi very well. Mario, I'm okay with, but Luigi's not great. My Luigi's not great. I can do the other three better.
but Luigi's like Mario, but not, which is actually pretty apt for Luigi, I guess. But I hope that was to your liking, Kevin.
Oh, God.
You okay over there?
No.
No.
No. We're just going to stop
No.
asking that question. We're just going to go with this whole stream should be named Classique is not okay.
Classique is not okay because her weird friend is doing weird impressions again. You sound relieved? I am a little bit. I am just a little bit. Those voices give me kind of a head rush a little bit. I need a chance to
You should put a
catch my breath a
timer
little bit.
between them so that you don't have to do them back to back.
That would be a good idea. I wish I had thought of that because I have an awfully.
You can
awful
actually
suspicion that-
adjust the timer while you're streaming.
I will do that maybe when it's time
When
to
it's my
switch
chapter
over to
turn.
you to read for a second. But
I would adjust
for now,
them.
I'm gonna trust chat to give me just a breather. And, use your best.
Panda's reaching. Panda's reaching.
I
He's
know.
like, so
I
when
know.
are we gonna get voice redemptions on this channel? Never. How about no? No.
She's like I've given you a hydrate button that you can abuse. Just be happy with that.
Right? That's all you get. You get a hydrate button.
That's abuse enough. You mind if I continue?
Go for it.
Professor Sprout had made it look extremely easy, but it wasn't. The mandrakes didn't like coming out of the earth, but didn't seem to want to go back into it either. They squirmed, kicked, flailed their sharp little fists, and gnashed their teeth. Harry spent 10 whole minutes trying to squash a particularly fat one into a pot. By the end of the class, Harry, by the end
It's
of the
not a
class,
mental
Harry,
visual of someone grabbing me by the top of the hair and trying to shove me in a pot. It's not working. The fat chick won't go in.
I had a vision of me, but it's just me like going, ooh-wee, ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Instead of
It's just me
screaming.
grabbing a hold of the.
It's Waluigi time! Harry Potter and the way! And the way! Sound like an evil baby when you wah like that. Why, see? I've got a hold of the milk industry now, see? I'm gonna figure out how to do that voice somehow in here. I don't know who it's gonna be, but one of these characters. I'm gonna just surprise you suddenly, be like, "Expecto Patronum, see?" It's Voldemort. It's gonna be Voldemort. I know, but he's gonna get reborn, and when he's gonna get reborn, no, he's gonna be Tom Riddle. It's Tom Riddle. Yes, he did. And the baby hasn't given him the nose back, and he's very bitter about that. Baby Harry has not given him his nose back yet. He's like, Baby Harry's like, I've got your nose, and he's like, I've got your life. It's like, yes. By the end, Stray says, on a random note, do you have the new Mario Party? Let me. I do. I will talk about it later. Let me hurry and finish this chapter so we can discuss some things, because I might need to grab some water, because my beverage just ran out. I'm concerned of what horrors are coming up. By the end of the class, Harry, like everyone else, was sweating, aching, and covered in earth. Everyone traipsed back to the castle for a quick wash, and then the Gryffindors hurried off to Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's classes were always hard work, but today was especially difficult. Everything Harry had learned last year seemed to have leaked out of his head during the summer. He was supposed to be turning a beetle into a button, but all he managed to do was give his beetle a lot of exercise as it scuttled over the desktop, avoiding his wand. Ron was having far worse problems. He had patched up his wand with some borrowed spellotape, but it seemed to be damaged beyond repair. It kept crackling and sparking at odd moments, and every time Ron tried to transfigure his beetle, it engulfed him in thick gray smoke that smelled of rotten eggs. Unable to see what he was doing, Ron accidentally squashed his beetle with his elbow and had to ask for a new one. Professor McGonagall wasn't pleased. Harry was relieved to hear the lunch bell. His brain felt like a wrung sponge. Everyone filed out of the classroom except him and Ron, who was whacking his wand furiously on the desk. Stupid, useless thing! Write home for another one, Harry suggested as the wand let off a volley of bangs like a firecracker. Oh yeah, and get another howler back, said Ron, stuffing the now hissing wand into his bag. It's your own fault your wand got snapped. They went down to lunch, where Ron's mood was not improved by Hermione showing them the handful of perfect coat buttons she had produced in Transfiguration. What have we got this afternoon? Said Harry, hastily changing the subject. Defense against the dark arts, said Hermione at once. Why? Demanded Ron, seizing his schedule. Have you outlined all Lockhart's lessons in Little Hearts? Hermione snatched the schedule back, blushing furiously. It's coming! Sorry. They finished lunch and went outside into the overcast court. I'm so excited! Courtyard! Hermione sat down on a stone step and buried her nose in Voyages with Vampires again. Harry and Ron stood talking about Quidditch for several minutes before Harry became aware he was being closely watched. Looking up, he saw the very small, mousy-haired boy he'd seen trying on the Sorting Hat last night, staring at Harry as though transfixed. He was clutching what looked like an ordinary Muggle camera, and the moment Harry saw him, he went bright red. All right, Harry, I'm Colin Creevy, he said breathlessly, taking a tentative step forward. I'm in Gryffindor too. Do you think would it be all right? Can I have a picture? He said, raising the camera hopefully. A picture? Harry was. What? Yeah, he just has. He's very mousy. I know you mean puberty squeaks, but I'm just imagining him like. I'll do my best. a, a picture, Harry pleaded. It's so I can prove I can match you, said Colin Creevy, eagerly edging further forward. I know all about you. Everyone's told me about how you survived when you-know-who tried to kill you, and how he despaired and everything, and how you still got a lightning scar on your forehead. His eyes raked Harry's hairline. And a boy in my dormitory said if I develop the film in the right position, the pictures will move. Colin drew a great chumming breath of excitement and said, It's amazing here, isn't it? I never knew all the old stuff I could do was magic till I got the letter from Hogwarts. My dad's a milkman. He couldn't believe it either, so I'm taking loads of pictures to send home to him, and it'd be really good if I had one of you. He looked imploringly at Harry. Maybe your friend could take it and I could stand next to you? And then, could you sign it? Signed? Oh gosh. Signed photos? You're giving out signed photos, Potter? Loud and scathing, Draco Malfoy's voice echoed around the courtyard. He had stopped right behind Colin, flanked, as he always was at Hogwarts, by his large and thuggish cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone line up, Malfoy roared to the crowd. Harry Potter's giving out signed photos. No, I'm not, said Harry angrily, his fist clenching. Shut up, Malfoy. You're just jealous, piped up Colin, whose entire body was about as thick as Crabbe's neck. Jealous, said Malfoy, who didn't need to shout anymore. Half the courtyard was listening in. Of what? I don't want a foul scar right across my head, thanks. I don't think getting your head cut open makes you that special myself. That's just how he talks, he used to it. Crabbe and Goyle were sniggering stupidly. 8 slugs, Malfoy, said Ron angrily. Crabbe stopped laughing and started rubbing his knuckles in a menacing way. Be careful, Malfoy, sneered Malfoy. Weasley, said Malfoy. You don't want to start any trouble, or your mummy will have to come and take you away from school. He put on a shrill, piercing voice. If you put another toe out of line. A knot of Slytherin 5th years nearby laughed loudly at this. Weasley would like a signed photo, Potter, smirked Malfoy. It'd be worth more than his family's whole house. That Ron whipped out his spell-a-tape wand, but Hermione shut Voyages with Vampires with a snap and whispered, Look out! What's all this? Gilderoy Lockhart was striding towards them in his turquoise robes, swirling behind him. Who's giving out signed photos? Harry started to speak, but he was cut short as Lockhart flung an arm around his shoulder and thundered jovially, "Oh, you shouldn't have asked! We meet again, Harry!" Pinned to Lockhart's side and burning with humiliation, Harry saw Malfoy slide, smirking back into the crowd. "Oh, come on then, Mr. Creevy," said Lockhart, beaming at Colin. "A double portrait. Can't do better than that, and we'll both sign it for you." Colin fumbled for his camera and took a picture as the bell rang behind them, signaling the start of afternoon classes. "Well, off you go. Move along then," Lockhart called to the crowd as he set off back to the castle with Harry, who was wishing he knew a good parachute fell, so clasped to his side. "A word to the wise, Harry," said Lockhart paternally as they entered the building through a side door. "I covered up for you back there with young Creevy. If he was photographing me too, your schoolmates wouldn't think you're setting yourself up so much." Deaf to Harry's stammers, Lockhart swept him down a corridor lined with staring students and up a staircase. Let me just say that handing out signed pictures at this stage of your career isn't sensible. It looks a tad big-headed, Harry, to be frank. There may come a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go, but he gave a little chortle. I don't think you're quite there yet. Oh, dear me. Oh, no.
I just wanted sassy Harry to go, "My name's Harry, not Frank."
Harry, to be frank. Hi, Frank. Can I go home yet? They had reached Lockhart's classroom, and he let Harry go at last. Harry yanked his yelp straight and headed for a seat at the very back of the class, where he busied himself with piling all 7 of Lockhart's books in front of him, so that he could avoid looking at the real thing. The rest of the class came clattering in, and Ron and Hermione sat down on either side of Harry. "You could have fried an egg on your face," said Ron. "You better hope Creevy isn't me Ginny, or they'll start a Harry Potter fan club." "Shut up," said Harry. The last thing he needed was for Lockhart to hear the phrase Harry Potter fan club. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville
Picked up Neville.
Sorry. I just thought for some reason the apostrophe in my mind looked like a period, and I was like, picked up Neville Longbottom. Okay, whatever. It's just. What is your name?
Lockhart's just walking around picking up tiny children. Who do you belong to?
Young boy.
He just picks one up, looks at it, and who do you belong to?
No. Who do you love? Lockhart. Who do you love? Lockhart. Yes.
When do you love him now?
I love you. I love you, Hogwarts, so much. Yes.
Plucking kids. Jesus Christ, they're not fucking strawberries, Doodle.
He reached forward, picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own winking portrait on the. That's arguably worse, actually, on the front.
Yeah, it's worse. It's much worse.
That's worse. "Me," he said, pointing at it, winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Oh, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the bandit Banshee by smiling at her."
Sure you
He
did.
waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. "Oh, well, I see you've all brought a complete set of my books. Well done! I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about. Just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." When he handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes. Start now." Harry looked down at his paper and read, "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret achievement to date?" On and on it went. Over 3 sides of paper, right down to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what should his ideal gift be? Half an hour later, Gilderoy Lockhart collected the papers and rifled through them in front of the class. Oh, tut, tut, hardly any of you remember that my favorite color is lilac. I say so, and you would think any, and a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples. Though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. He gave them another roguish wink. Ron was now staring at Lockhart with an expression of disbelief on his face. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were sitting in front, were shaking with silent laughter. Hermione, on the other hand, was listening to Lockhart with rapt attention and gave a start when he mentioned her name. But Miss Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl! In fact, he flipped the paper over full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. Excellent, beamed Lockhart. Quite excellent. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. And so, to business. He bent down behind his desk and lifted a large covered cage onto it. Now, be warned, it is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourself facing your worst fears. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. In spite of himself, Harry leaned around his pile of books for a better moment. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Dean and Seamus had stopped laughing now. Neville was cowering in his front row seat. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice. It might be appropriate. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cage. Yes, he said dramatically, freshly caught Cornish pixies! Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a sweet terror. Yes, he smiled at Seamus. Well, they're not dangerous, are they? Seamus choked. Be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Seamus. Devilish, tricky little blight as they can be. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, it started jabbiting and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces you could hear them. Right then, Lockhart said, let's see what you make of them! Then he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. Two of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more efficiently than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books, and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltered under desks, and Neville was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling. Oh, come on now, round them up! They're only pixies! Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and bellowed, Pesky pixie, pestinomi! It had absolutely no effect. One of the pixies grabbed his wand and threw it out the window too. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, barely avoiding being squashed by Neville, who fell a second later as the chandelier gave way. The bell rang and there was a mad rush towards the exit. In the relative calm that followed, Lockhart straightened up, caught sight of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were almost at the door, and said, well, I'll ask you three to just nip the rest of them back into their cage. Bye-bye! He swept past them and shut the door quickly behind him. Can you believe him? Roared Ron as one of the remaining pixies bit him painfully on the ear. Ow! He just wants to give us some hands-on experience, said Hermione, immobilizing two pixies at once with a clever freezing charm and stuffing them back into their cage. Hands-on, said Harry, who was trying to grab a pixie dancing out of reach with its tongue out. Hermione, he didn't have a clue what he was doing. Rubbish, said Hermione. You for his books? Look at all the amazing things he's done. He says he's done, Ron muttered.
I just have the movie image of Neville hanging from the chandelier
By his
made
ears.
of dragon. And why is it always me?
Why is it always me? And
Like-
so began.
And now we get into the racistness.
Oh, I was just saying, so began Neville's 6-year glow up.
Right?
It only goes uphill from there for Neville.
It does. Not gonna lie.
Honestly, like. So this is the story about how I helped Harry Potter do everything and became hot. Congratulations, me.
And how Draco got a receding hairline.
Yes, that was also, which is funny because they had to make that artificially because Tom the actor doesn't have a hairline. I don't think his hair goes down pretty well.
Have you looked at him?
Maybe not. I
No,
guess I'm thinking of.
Activate the Google machines and take a peek. That receding hairline was natural.
I do see it. I see it now.
Yeah.
But he does a good job with it when he's Tom Felton. But I think they purposely play it up when he's Draco Malfoy.
Right? My nose is running because I'm laughing so hard. Oh,
How
God.
was Lockhart? Oh my gosh, Lockhart is my favorite character to voice right now. He's such an
just
idiot.
to think, we lose him after this book.
I know. Why couldn't he have just been like? Why can't he be the villain from now on? Just this idiot. Just an idiot. It's not Voldemort anymore. They just have to fight an idiot, and fight's a really strong word.
They don't even have to fight him. They just have to, like...
Survive being famed to death.
Right? Like... I think I could survive being Lockhart famed to death.
I think I could survive being Lockhart famed to death.
I get the next one. The next chapter, which is... Mudbloods and Murmurs. So
we actually start getting a little serious.
We do. We start making me want to punch people in the face hole.
Let's not forget, all wizards are racist, but some wizards are super racist. Yay!
Some drank extra Kool-Aid. But yeah. You don't get any fun voices with me. I am the boring one. However, you do get the fact that I am a natural English speaker and can't form a complete sentence. So you get that.
Panda has given me a good idea. I will not tell you what it is. You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, dear. That makes me worry more than you could possibly know, Doodle.
You should be very, very worried. I will need to figure out how to remember to do this, but I will find out some way to remember that I need to do this.
Oh. It worries me. It worries me greatly.
You should.
Any sentence that begins with "Panda got me too" worries me greatly. Causes deep anxiety.
I mean, considering how we're doing this, it's probably going to end up that way anyways. But Panda mentioned it, and so now I don't feel like it's just me bringing it up out of thin air. He's actually like, "Oh, here's an idea for you."
Oh no.
And it'll be glorious.
Oh.
Glorious, glorious purpose.
I don't have the spoons for this, Panda.
You don't have the spoons for this?
I'll explain spoon theory after stream. It's not like string theory. It's a lot easier to understand.
Oh, good.
Mudbloods and Murmurs. Let's see if I can get through this without choking on the English language.
The sequel to Bedknobs and Broomsticks. What?
Mudbloods and Murmurs, brought to you by Disney.
Bobbing along, singing a song, bubbling along as we kill all the people who aren't pure.
Who aren't pure bloods. Da-da-da.
Sorry, I have to sidetrack super quickly. They're actually making a real musical for Bedknobs and Broomsticks, and I'm so excited.
I am stupid excited for that.
It looks so cute. I love Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I love freaking can't even remember her name now because I'm so excited. Mrs. Potts and also Murder She Wrote and also Angela Lansbury. Angela Lansbury.
You got it before I did. Damn it.
I love Angela Lansbury. She's a saint. She's a national treasure.
Oh.
She's 96. It's so crazy.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Let me take a drink. I just ate a fish and cracker, so I gotta take a drink.
Oh,
Okay.
dishwasher. Mm.
We can do this. My bloods and murmurs. Harry spent a lot of time over the next few days dodging out of sight whenever he saw Gilderoy Lockhart coming down the corridor. Harder
Reasonable.
to avoid was Colin Creevy, who seemed to have memorized Harry's timetable. Nothing seemed to give Colin a bigger thrill than to say, "All right, Harry," 6 or 7 times a day in here. "Hello, Colin. Back." However exasperated Harry said, I almost said a bad word, sounded when he said it. Hedwig was still angry with Harry about the disastrous car journey, and Ron's wand was still malfunctioning, surpassing itself on Friday by shooting out of Ron's hand in charms, hitting tiny old Professor Flitwick squarely between the eyes, creating a large, throbbing green boil where it had struck. So, one thing led to another. Harry was quite glad to reach the weekend. He, Ron, and Hermione were planning to visit Hagrid on Saturday morning. Harry, however, was shaken awake several hours earlier than he would have liked by Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "What's the matter?" said Harry groggily. "Quidditch practice," said Wood. "Come on." Harry squinted out the window. There was a thin mist hanging across the pink cold sky. Now he was awake. He couldn't understand how he could have slept through the racket of the birds were making. "Oliver," Harry croaked, "it's the crack of dawn." "Exactly," said Wood, who was a tall and burly 6th year, and at the moment his eyes were gleaming with a mad enthusiasm. "It's part of our new training program. Come on, grab your broom, let's go," said Wood heartily. "None of the other teams have started training yet. We're going to be the first off the mark this year." Yawning and shivering slightly, Harry climbed out of bed and tried to find his Quidditch ropes. "Good man," said Wood. "Meet you on the pitch in 15 minutes. Just
Wood gives off like serious Labrador Retriever energy.
Yes.
He's the best. He's the goodest boy. He's just a good
I was
boy.
about to say, he is the goodest of boys. As he prances out of the room.
Ball? Quidditch ball!
He just reminds me of the dog from the movie Up.
Up, exactly. He's Doug. He's Doug.
He's Doug.
Ball? Quidditch ball! Nyong. Nyong. Why are they hitting ball? Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Small ball. Not mine. Not mine.
When he found his scarlet team robes, he pulled on his cloak for warmth. Harry scribbled a note to Ron explaining where he'd gone and went down the spiral staircase to the common room, his Nimbus 2000 on his shoulder. He had just reached the portrait hole when there was a clatter behind him and Colin Creevy came dashing down the spiral staircase, his camera swinging madly around his neck and something clutched in his hand. "I heard someone saying your name on the stairs, Harry. Look what I've got here. I've got it developed. I want to show you." Harry looked bemusingly at the photograph Colin was brandishing under his nose. A moving, black and white Lockhart was tugging hard on his arm, and Harry recognized as his own. He was pleased to see that his photographic self was putting up a good fight and refusing to be dragged into view. As Harry watched, Lockhart gave up, slumped, and panting against the white edge of the picture. "Will you sign it?" "No," said Harry flatly, glancing around to check. "You okay?"
No. Like, book 2, Harry realizing that fame kind of sucks. Furthermore, Harry also realizing that fame will turn him into Gilderoy Lockhart, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
"Sorry, Colin, I'm in a hurry. Quidditch practice." He climbed through the portrait hole. "Oh, wow, wait for me. I've never watched a Quidditch game before." I just picture Harry walking with Colin behind him, rolling his eyes audibly. Colin scrambled through the portrait hole after him. "It'll be really boring," Harry said quickly, but Colin ignored him, his face shining with excitement. "You were the youngest house player in 100 years, weren't you, Harry? Weren't you?" said Colin, trotting alongside him. "You must be brilliant. You never floated. Is that easy?" Like, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, basically.
This is exactly how I picture him. "Is that the best one there is?" Harry didn't know how to get rid of him. It was like having an extremely talkative shadow. "I don't really understand Quidditch," said Colin breathlessly. "Is it true? There are 4 balls?" They're back! The 4 flying balls are back!
They're here! They are Quidditch cannon! Wait, they've always been Quidditch cannon. What am I talking about?
Oh god, the FFBs are back!
The FFBs are back.
Oh god.
Colin, it's a sign of darkness of what is to come.
Oh god, Colin.
He
Stay
has
away
been
from the
marked by the
FFBs.
FFBs.
He has
He's
been
been
marked.
marked by the FFBs.
I can,
Tragedy is soon to follow.
I can
Hermione's
get,
already been marked.
I can get through this.
We
The
can
damn
get.
four
We can do it.
FFBs.
We can do it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Is it true there are 4 balls and 2 of them fly around trying to knock people off their brooms? Oh God, yes, said Harry heavily. We're fine. Resigned to explaining the complicated rules of Quidditch. They're called bludgers. There are 2 beaters on each team. Each carry clubs that beat the bludgers away from their side. Fred and George Weasley are the beaters.
Beat the 4 balls. What?
No, they beat the 2.
I know.
It's even worse. I hate Quidditch.
The problem is,
What
all
are
the
the
other
other
players
balls
just
for?
play with
Colin
one.
asked.
They just play with one ball, just single ball.
What are the other balls for? Colin asked, tripping down a couple of steps because he was gazing open-mouthed at Harry. Oh, God. Well, the quaffle, that's the big reddish one, is the one that scores goals. 3 chasers on each team throw the quaffle to each other and try to get it through the goalposts at the end of the pitch. There are 3 long poles with hoops on the end. And the 4th ball is the golden snitch, said Harry. It's very small, very fast, difficult to catch. But that's what the Seeker's got to do, because a game of Quidditch doesn't end till the snitch has been caught. And whatever team's Seeker gets the snitch gets his team an extra 150 points. And you're the Gryffindor Seeker, aren't you? Said Colin in awe. Yes, said Harry as they left the castle, started across the dew-drenched glass.
Yeah, glass.
That's it.
Ouchie.
It's from the fucking pixies breaking the windows. It's fine.
Yeah, they haven't picked that up yet.
No.
That's Lockhart's doing. He's not gonna do it.
No, he's not gonna do it. He's gonna get someone else to do it.
Exactly.
And there's the keeper too. He guards the goalpost. That's it really. But Colin didn't stop questioning Harry all the way down the sloping lawns to the Quidditch pitch, and Harry only shook him off when he reached the changing rooms. Colin called after him in a piping voice, "I'll go and get a good seat, Harry," and hurried off to the stands. The rest of the Gryffindor team were already in the changing room. Wood was the only person who looked truly awake. Fred and George Weasley were sitting, puffy-eyed and tousled hair, next to a 4th year Alicia?
Yeah, like Alicia, something like that.
We'll go with Alicia.
One or the other.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. Who seemed to be nodding off against the wall behind her. Fellow chasers, Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson, were yawning side by side opposite them. "There you are, Harry. What kept you?" said Wood briskly, bouncing around the change room. Now I wanted a quick talk with you. Well, I wanted a quick talk with you all before we actually get onto the pitch, because I spent the summer devising a whole new training program, which I really think will make a difference. Wood was holding up a large diagram of a Quidditch pitch, on which were drawn many lines, arrows, and crosses in different colored inks. He took out his wand, tapped the board, and the arrows began to wiggle over the diagram like caterpillars. As Wood launched into a speech about his new tactics, Fred Weasley's head dropped right into Alicia's spinnet shoulder, and he began to snore.
Poor babies.
The first board took nearly 20 minutes to explain, but there was another board under that, and a third under that one. Harry sank into a stupor as Wood droned on and on. "So," said Wood at long last, jerking Harry from a wistful fantasy that he would be eating breakfast. What he could be eating for breakfast at this very moment up in the castle. "Is that clear? Any questions?" "I've got a question, Oliver," said George, who had woken at the start. "Why couldn't you have told all this yesterday when we were awake?" Wood wasn't pleased. "Now listen here, you lot," he said, glowering at them all. "We should have won the Quidditch. We should have won the Quidditch Cup last year. We're easily the best team, but unfortunately, owing to circumstances beyond our control." Harry shifted guiltily in his seat. He had been unconscious in the hospital wing for the final match of the previous year, meaning that Gryffindor had been a player short and had suffered their worst defeat in 300 years.
What is like? How dare you go fight the Dark Lord?
How
passed
dare
out
you fight
on this, our
Voldemort
most important Quidditch
during
match
the
of all
Quidditch
time?
season, you incompetent fool.
You absolute buffoon! I hate you, Harry
And
Potter.
everything you stand for. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow.
You're a failure, Harry. Everyone's like, "Oh my gosh."
Wood, calm down, man.
This is what happens when your only personality trait is Quidditch.
sound alerts still don't work. I'm sorry.
If you'd been here at the beginning, you would have heard him make the announcement. But whatever.
Don't mock shoes. You want Slurpee money.
I got Slurpee money, remember?
You did get Slurpee money.
Panda gave me Slurpee money.
Shoes doesn't like you, but Panda does.
Shoes could have beaten.
Oh wait, okay, rethink that whole sentence because that was not going well.
No, I mean, has any of this been going well? Honestly,
I don't know.
let's be truthful with ourselves now.
Yeah, yeah, we're a dumpster fire. It's fine.
But a beautiful dumpster fire that gives warmth to everybody around him.
Absolutely, it doesn't smell bad either.
No, it does not smell bad. It smells a bit like Capri Sun.
Yes, I
So
did.
like,
Thank you. What
it
would
smells
you
like
have?
summer.
Okay, sidetrack. What did we have to burn to make it smell like Capri Sun? Because now I'm confused.
Obviously, you have to burn Capri Suns. It's just a dumpster full of Capri Suns.
Thou shalt not burn Capri Suns. Thou shalt stab them viciously like the flesh of your enemy.
Yes, and then when you're finished, you throw them into the dumpster, and then it smells like Capri Suns.
That would be plastic. Anyway, we squirreled. Moving on.
Wood had to take a moment to regain control of himself to keep himself from beating Harry up.
What? Thank you, shoes.
What did shoes do?
Slurpee monies.
No, you've got 2 Slurpee monies.
Where the... Wood took a moment to regain control of himself. Their last defeat was clearly still torturing him. So this year, we trained harder than ever before. Okay, let's go! Put our new theories into practice, Wood shouted, seizing his broomstick and leading the way out of the changing rooms. Stiff-legged and still yawning, his team followed. They had been in the changing room so long that the sun was up properly now, although remnants of the mist hung over the grass in the stadium. Harry walked onto the pitch. He saw Ron and Hermione sitting in the stands. Aren't you finished yet? Ron called incredulously. Haven't even started, said Harry, looking jealously at the toast and the marmalade Ron and Hermione had brought out of the Great Hall. Wood's been teaching us new moves. He mounted his broomstick, kicked off the ground, soaring up into the air. If I were him, I'd have soared over and stole that toast right out of Ron's hand. Yeek! This is bad! Here we go!
I like Ron's. Aren't you finished yet? No!
We haven't even started!
I want to die.
Soaring up into the air, the cool morning air whipped his face, waking him far more effectively than Wood's long talk. It felt wonderful to be back on the Quidditch pitch. He soared right around the stadium at full speed, racing Fred and George. What's that funny clicking noise? Called Fred as they hurled around the corner. Harry looked into the stands. Colin was sitting in one of the highest seats, his camera raised, taking picture after picture. The sound strangely magnified in the deserted stadium. Look this way, Harry! This way! He cried shrilly. Who's that? Said Fred. No idea. Harry lied, putting on a spurt of speed that took him as far away as possible from Colin. What's going on? Said Wood, frowning as he skimmed through the air towards them. Why is that first year taking pictures? I don't like it. He could be a Slytherin spy trying to find out about our new training program. He's in Gryffindor, said Harry quickly. And the Slytherins don't need a spy, Oliver. What makes you say that? Because they're here in person, said George, pointing. Several people in green robes were walking onto the pitch, broomsticks in their hands. I don't believe it, Woods hissed in outrage. I booked the pitch for today. We'll see about this. Wood shot down towards the ground, landing rather harder than he meant to in his anger, staggering slightly as he superhero landing as he dismounted. Harry, Fred, and George followed. The Avengers assemble.
Da, 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 da,
da. Plume of smoke and dust. Flint! Wood bellowed at Slytherin captain. This is our practice time. We got up specially. You can clear off now. Marcus Flint was even larger than Wood. He had a look of trollish cunning on his face as he replied, Plenty of room for us all, Wood. Angelica, Alicia, and Katie had come over too. And there were no girls on the Slytherin team, who stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the Gryffindors, leering to a man. But I booked the pitch, said Wood, positively spitting with rage. I booked it! Ah, said Flint, but I've got specially signed note here from Professor Snape. I, Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch pitch, owing to the need to train their new seeker. You've got a new seeker? Said Wood, distracted. Where? And from behind the 6 large figures came the 7th, smaller boy, smirking all over his pale, pointed face. It was Draco Malfoy.
No.
Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Said Fred, looking at Malfoy with dislike. Funny you should mention Draco's father, said Flint, as the whole Slytherin team smiled still more broadly. Let me show you the generous gift he's made to the Slytherin team. All 7 of them held out their broomsticks. 7 highly polished, brand new handles, and 7 sets of fine gold lettering spelling the words Nimbus 2001. Gleamed under the Gryffindors' noses in the early morning sun. Very latest model, only came out last month, said Flint, carelessly flicking a speck of dust from the end of his own. I believe it outstripes the old 2000 series by a considerable amount. As for the old clean sweeps, he smiled nastily at Fred and George, who were both clutching clean sweep 5s. Sweeps the board with them. None of the Gryffindor team could think of anything to say. For a moment, Malfoy was smirking so broadly his cold eyes were reduced to slits. Oh, look, said Flint. A pitch invasion. Ron and Hermione were crossing the grass to see what was going on. What's happening? Ron asked Harry. Why aren't you playing? And what is he doing here? He was looking at Malfoy, taking in his Slytherin Quidditch robes. I'm the new Slytherin Seeker, Weasley, said Malfoy smugly. Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father bought our team. Ron gaped, open-mouthed, the 7 superb broomsticks in front of him. Good, aren't they? Said Malfoy smoothly. But perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get some new brooms, too. You could raffle off those clean sweep 5s. I expect a museum would bid for them. The Slytherin team howled with laughter. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, said Hermione sharply. They got in on pure talent. A smug look on Malfoy's face flickered. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. He spat.
Holy crap. First time I've heard that in a long time, and that's gross.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I don't like saying it. I didn't like reading it. I didn't like any part of it. Harry knew
You've
it once.
met the racist. Now meet the super racist. Dun, dun, dun.
Right? Different breed. Harry knew at once that Malfoy had said something really bad, because there was an instant uproar at his words. Flint had to dive in front of Malfoy to stop Fred and George jumping on him. Alicia shrieked, "How dare you!" And Ron plunged his hand into his robe, pulled out his wand, yelling, "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy!" Pointed it furiously under Flint's arm at Malfoy's face. A loud bang echoed through the stadium, and a jet of green light shot out the wrong end of Ron's wand, hitting him in the stomach and sending him reeling backwards into the grass. Ron, are you all right?" squealed Hermione. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he gave an almighty belch, and several slugs dribbled out of his mouth onto his lap.
This part always makes me feel a little gross.
The Slytherin team were paralyzed with laughter. Flint was doubled up, hanging onto his new broomstick for support. Malfoy was on all fours, banging the ground with his fist. The Gryffindors were gathered around Ron, who kept belching large, glistening slugs. Nobody seemed to want to touch him. "We'd better get him to Hagrid's. It's nearest," said Harry to Hermione, who nodded bravely, and the pair of them pulled Ron up by his arms. "What happened, Harry? What happened? Is he ill? But you can cure him, can't you?" Colin had run down from his seat and was now dancing alongside them as they left the pitch. Ron gave a huge heave, and more slugs dribbled down his front. "Ooh," said Colin, fascinated and raising his camera. "Can you hold him still, Harry? Get out of the way, Colin," said Harry angrily. I feel like he just kicked the dog. He and Hermione supported Ron out of the stadium, across the grounds, towards the edge of the forest. "Nearly there, Ron," said Hermione, as the gameskeeper cabin came into view. "You'll be all right in a minute. Almost there." They were within 20 feet of Hagrid's house when the front door opened, but it wasn't Hagrid who emerged. Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing robes of the palest mauve today, came striding out. "Quick, behind here," Harry hissed, dragging Ron behind a nearby bush. Hermione followed, somewhat reluctantly. "It's a simple matter, if you know what you're doing," Lockhart said loudly to Hagrid. "If you need help, you know where I am. I'll let you have a copy of my book. I'm surprised you haven't already got one. I'll sign one tonight and send it over. Well, goodbye," as he strode away
Read
towards
the
the castle.
room, Lockhart.
No about social cues.
Sorry.
You okay?
I'm just imagining Lockhart giving Hagrid advice on the care of magical creatures, and Hagrid having to like fix every single one of his mistakes. He's like, oh yes, spiders always love to eat rats and pixies, and Hagrid's like going behind him, like, just take the meat, and go before he kills you.
Run away!
Goggy, please. And
It's not
Aragog's
safe.
like, I want to murder the man. No, Goggy, just go. We'll have time for that later.
Aragog's like, food.
Food.
They should just fed Lockhart to Aragog. I'm just saying.
Yes! It would have been great use of wasted potential. I mean, meat. I mean, potential.
We're fine. Hagrid appeared at once, looking very grumpy, but his expression brightened when he saw who it was. Been wondering when you'd come to see me. Come in. Thought you might have been Professor Lockhart back again. Harry, Hermione supported Ron over the threshold into the one-room cabin, which had an enormous bed in one corner, a fire crackling merrily in another. Hagrid didn't seem perturbed by Ron's slug problem, which Harry hastily explained as he lowered Ron into a chair. Better out than in, he said cheerfully, plunking a large copper basin in front of him. Get 'em all up, Ron. I don't think there's anything to do except wait for it to stop, said Hermione, anxiously watching Ron bend over the basin. It's a difficult curse to work at the best of times, but with a broken wand? Hagrid was bustling around, making them tea. His boarhound Fang was slobbering over Harry. What did Lockhart want with you, Hagrid? Harry asked, scratching Fang's ears. Giving me advice on getting kelpies out of the well, growled Hagrid, moving a half-plucked rooster off his scrubbed table and setting down the teapot. Like, I don't know how to...
Can I cut you off for 2 seconds? I just have something super, super quick I gotta do. Luca, thank you so much for the subscription with Prime. I really do appreciate it. You're helping to make the channel better. Okay, sorry.
Huzzah,
Continue.
Luca! No,
Yeah,
we
he gave me a
celebrate
card. It
these
was
things
really cool.
together. You don't
It
celebrate
was
alone.
It's really cool. I didn't want to cut you off, but I was like, oh, I just gotta make sure. Thank
No, you cut me off.
friend. I cut you off.
That's important.
But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the 2 emotes, and I hope I will be able to get more one day. So that way, one day more.
Oh, great. Now that song's stuck in my head. Damn it!
I'm not drunk. That's just me.
I'm not drunk. Yet. That's tomorrow. Which I've made the executive decision. We are not streaming that.
I will not be drinking for that either.
No,
I will be.
You are our designated driver.
I will be designated driver. I will call police if necessary.
However, I am going to let you know that it is a definite 18+ evening. Doodle, it is all 100% inappropriate, and it's going to get dark quick.
Hopefully, I'll be able to be there. I may have other things I may have to do, but hopefully I'll be able to be there.
If you come, I'm just letting you know it is definitely 18+.
Yes, I'm not very 18+, guys. I'm very family friendly. She's very adult friendly, and we kind of meet somewhere in the middle for these streams.
Somewhere in the very shadowy middle.
We do an 80s PG.
Right? We're like, we're the after 9 o'clock prime time crowd. Just saying.
We're like Airplane. We flash movies on the screen. We don't linger.
We don't linger.
We don't linger.
He doesn't linger. I might, just out of sheer curiosity, but that's beside the point.
Well, okay, that's fair.
You are free to walk on. I'm going to linger for a minute, and I'll catch up.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the stream, Luca. We don't actually read the book. We just do a lot of bull crapping the entire time.
Oh, we get there. It's fine.
We get there eventually.
Oh, God. Like, I don't know, banging on about some banshee he banished. If one word of it was true, I'll eat my kettle. It was most unlike Hagrid to criticize a Hogwarts teacher, and Harry looked at him in surprise. Hermione, however, said in a voice somewhat higher than usual, I think you're being a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore obviously thought he was the best man for the job. He was the only man for the job, said Hagrid, offering him a plate of treacle toffee, while Ron coughed squelchily into his basin. And I mean, the only one. Getting very difficult to find anyone to take the defense against the dark arts job. People aren't too keen to take it on, you see. They're starting to think it's jinxed. No one has lasted longer than a year in a while now. So tell me, said Hagrid, jerking his head at Ron. Who is he trying to curse? Malfoy.
Lockhart!
Lockhart! Malfoy called Hermione something. It must have been really bad because everyone went mad. It was bad, said Ron hoarsely, emerging over the tabletop looking pale and sweaty. Malfoy called her Mudblood. Hagrid, Ron dived out of sight as a fresh wave of slugs made their appearance. I hate reading that word. Hagrid looked outraged. He didn't, he growled at Hermione. He did, she said. But I don't know what it means. I could tell it was really rude, of course. It's the most insulting thing he could think of, gasped Ron, coming back up. Mudblood's a really foul name for someone who is muggle-born, non-magic parents. There are some wizards, like Malfoy's family, who think they are better than everyone because they're what people call pure blood. He gave a small burp and a single slug fell onto his outstretched hand. He threw it into the basin and continued. I mean, the rest of us know it doesn't make any difference at all. Look at Neville Longbottom. He's pure blood. He can hardly stand a cauldron the right way up. Poor Neville!
He's the ultimate punching bag, and we love him for it. It's okay. We know what happens later, so we'll forgive it this time.
We'll allow it. Okay. And they haven't invented a spell Hermione can't do, said Hagrid proudly, making Hermione go brilliant shade of magenta. It's a disgusting thing to call someone, said Ron, wiping his sweaty brow with his shaking hand. Dirty blood, see? Common blood. It's mad. Most wizards these days are half-blood anyway. If we hadn't married muggles, we'd have died out. He retched and ducked out of sight again. Well, I don't blame you for trying to curse him, Ron, said Hagrid loudly over the thuds of more slugs hitting the basin. Maybe it was a good thing your wand backfired? Suspect Lucius would have come marching up to the school if you'd cursed his son. At least you're not in trouble. Harry would have pointed out that the trouble didn't come much worse than having slugs pouring out of your mouth, but he couldn't. Hagrid's treacle toffee had cemented his jaws together. Harry, said Hagrid, suddenly, as though struck by a sudden thought, got a bone to pick with you. I've heard you've been giving out signed photos. How come I haven't got one? Furious, Harry wrenched his teeth apart. I have not been giving out signed photos. If Lockhart's still putting that about... Then he saw that Hagrid was laughing. I'm only joking, he said, patting Harry gently on the back and sending him face first into the table. I knew you hadn't really. I told Lockhart you didn't need to. You're more famous than him without trying.
Finally, someone tells him.
Finally. Someone let him know. Oh, Jesus. I'm okay. I
Bet he didn't like that.
Yeah, bet he didn't like that, said Harry, sitting up and rubbing his chin. I don't think he did, said Hagrid, his eyes twinkling. And then I told him you'd never read one of his books, and he decided to go. Trickle toffee, Ron, he added, as Ron reappeared. No thanks, said Ron weakly. Better not risk it. I know, I have multiple hydrates to redeem. I'll have to redeem them at the end of this chapter.
My wife says, Harry, how dare you not give me a signed photo? Angrily shakes fist.
Angrily shakes fist.
Curse you,
Night
Harry
shoes.
Potter!
Shoes will be joining tomorrow. Excellent.
Good luck tomorrow.
Jesus Christ, tomorrow's going to be horrible. I'm going to regret every decision. It's fine.
Maybe.
Possibly. Unless I don't remember every decision, then we're fine. No thanks, said Ron Weasley. Better not risk it. Come and see what I've been growing, said Hagrid, as Harry and Hermione finished the last of their tea. In a small vegetable patch behind Hagrid's house, there were a dozen of the largest pumpkins Harry had ever seen. Each one was the size of a large boulder. Getting on well, aren't they? Said Hagrid happily. For the Halloween feast. Should be big enough by then. What have you been feeding them? Asked Harry. Hagrid looked over his shoulder to check that they were alone. Well, I've been giving them, a bit of help. Harry noticed Hagrid's flowery pink umbrella leaning against the back wall of the cabin. Harry had no reason to believe before now that his umbrella was not at all what it looked like. In fact, he had the strong impression that Hagrid's old school wand was concealed inside it. Hagrid wasn't supposed to use magic. He'd been expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. but Harry had never found out why. Any mention of the matter, and Hagrid would clear his throat loudly and become mysteriously deaf until the subject was changed. An engorgement charm, I suppose, said Hermione, halfway between disapproval and amusement. Well, you've done a good job on them. That's what your little sister said Hagrid, nodding at Ron. Met her just yesterday. Hagrid looked sideways at Harry, his beard twitching. She said she was just looking around the grounds, but I reckon she was hoping she might run into someone else at my house. He winked at Harry. If you ask me, she wouldn't say no to a signed. Oh, shut up, said Harry. Ron snorted with
Hagrid is
laughter.
such a dad.
He is. Ron snorted with laughter, and the ground was sprayed with slugs. Watch it! Hagrid roared, pulling Ron away from his precious pumpkins.
Oh.
It was nearly lunchtime, and as Harry had only one bit of treacle toffee since dawn, he was keen to get back to the school to eat. They said goodbye to Hagrid and walked back up to the castle, Ron hiccuping occasionally, but only bringing up 2 very small slugs. They had barely set foot in the school entrance when a voice rang out. There you are, Potter, Weasley. Professor McGonagall was walking towards them, looking stern. You will both do your detentions this evening. What are we doing, Professor? Said Ron nervously, suppressing a burp. You will be polishing the silver in the trophy room with Mr. Filch, said Professor McGonagall. And no magic, Mr. Weasley. Elbow grease. Ron gulped. Argus Filch, the caretaker, was loathed by every student in the school. And you, Potter, will be helping Professor Lockhart answer his fan mail, said Professor McGonagall. Oh no, can't I go to the trophy room too? Said Hagrid desperately. Certainly not, said Professor McGonagall, raising her eyebrows. Professor Lockhart requested you, particularly. 8 o'clock sharp, both of you. Harry and Ron slouched into the great hall in states of deepest gloom. Hermione behind them, wearing a you did break the school rules sort of expression. Harry didn't fancy his shepherd's pie as much as he thought. Both he and Ron felt they'd got the worst deal. Filch will have me there all night, said Ron heavily. No magic? There'd be about 100 cups in that room, and I'm no good at muggle cleaning. I'd swap any time, said Harry hollowly.
Hallelujah.
I've had loads of practice with the Dursleys. Answering Lockhart's fan mail, he'll be a nightmare. Saturday afternoon seemed to melt away in what seemed like no time. It was 5 minutes to 8, and Harry was dragging his feet along the second-floor corridor to Lockhart's office. He gritted his teeth and knocked. The door flew open at once, and Lockhart beamed out at him. Ah, here's the scallywag, he said. Come in, Harry, come in. Shining brightly on the walls by the light of many candles were countless framed photos of Lockhart. He'd even signed a few of them. Another large pile lay on his desk. You can address the envelopes, Lockhart told Harry, as though this was a huge treat. The first one's to Gladys Gudgeon. Bless her, huge fan of mine. The minutes snailed by. Harry let Lockhart's voice wash over him, occasionally saying, right, and yeah. Now and then he caught a phrase like, fame's a fickle friend, Harry, or a celebrity is as celebrity does, remember that. The candles burned lower and lower, making the light dance over the many moving faces of Lockhart watching him. Harry moved his aching hand over what felt like the 1,000th envelope, writing out Veronica Smeasley's address. It must be nearly time to leave, Harry thought miserably. Please let it be nearly time. And then he heard something quite apart from the spitting of the decaying candles. Lockhart's prattle about his fans. In a voice to chill the bone marrow, a voice breathtakingly ice-cold venom. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. Interesting. Harry gave a huge jump, and a large lilac blot appeared on Veronica Smeasley's street. What? He said loudly. I know, said Lockhart. 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list. Broke all records. No, said Harry frantically. That voice. Sorry? Said Lockhart, looking puzzled. What voice? The voice that said, didn't you hear it? Lockhart was looking at Harry in high astonishment. What are you talking about, Harry? Perhaps you're getting a little drowsy. Great Scott, look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. I'd never have believed it. Did you just vomit in your mouth a little bit?
Vomiting a little bit.
It's okay. Just make sure to catch the next one in the slug bucket. Um, I'd never have believed it. The time's flown, hasn't it? Harry didn't answer. He was straining his ears to hear the voice again, but there was no sound now except for Lockhart telling him he mustn't expect a treat like this every time he's got detention. Feeling dazed, Harry left. It was so late that the Gryffindor common room was almost empty. Harry went straight up to the dormitory. Ron wasn't back yet. Harry pulled on his pajamas, got into bed, and waited. Half an hour later, Ron arrived, nursing his right arm and bringing a strong smell of polish into the darkened room. My muscles have all seized up, he groaned, sinking into his bed. 14 times he made me buff up that Quidditch cup before he was satisfied. And then I had another slug attack all over the special awards for services to the school. Took ages to shift the slime.
Oh.
How was it with Lockhart? Keeping his voice low so as not to wake Neville, Dean, and Seamus, Harry told Ron exactly what he had heard. And Lockhart said he couldn't hear it? Said Ron. Harry could see him frowning by the moonlight. Do you think he was lying? But I don't get it. Even someone invisible would have had to open the door. I know, said Harry, laying back on his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy above him. I don't get it either.
Time to get serious.
Dun, dun, dun. Time for me to redeem all the hydrates that have been posted.
Oh, yes. Go do all the hydrates.
Oh.
How's the chat doing? How are you in chat? I would like to point out Stray was like, polishing Finch's silver. And I'm like, with his right arm. But then it was like, I had to polish the Quidditch cup like 12 times. And I threw up all over the other one. And I'm like, and the metaphors kind of, and the innuendos kind of disappeared at that point.
At this point, I would like to take a 5-minute breather. I need to use the washroom.
Ah, that's probably not a terrible idea. I'm gonna just chill here for a second because I don't think I need to use the restroom right now. But I definitely do think you need to just sit down and I'll entertain your chat.
Entertain the people.
I don't know if I can see your chat, but I can. Hold on. Let me pull up my chat and then I'll pull up your chat so I can see what's happening.
I will be back. Yes, washroom time. Burb.
It's washroom time. Oh, it's a washroom time. Meanwhile, welcome to my stream, Classics chat. You are now in my power. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much. I'm not really that evil. I'm just strange. But now that I'm seeing Classics chat, how's everybody doing today? And how's everybody doing over in my chat? Everyone hanging in there all right? I know that this is it's a lot, right? Harry Potter can sometimes be a lot. I get it, but honestly, I love doing this with Classic and I love doing this with you guys. By the way, if you guys didn't know, it is Classic's birthday tomorrow. Let me actually, I haven't done this yet. I feel really awful. Let me make sure I drop her Twitch into my chat so that way y'all can maybe go give her a follow if you haven't, or if you are able to, maybe even consider dropping a sub for her. She would really appreciate that. Show her a little love and appreciation. Because just like me, we're all streamers just trying to get big out there in that big wide world of Twitch. And I'm kind of trying to think about what will be happening coming up here later. Probably going to stream later this week. I'm not quite sure when. Doing this as a child when I first read it and listening to it again as an adult, two hugely different takeaways. Absolutely, Panda. Bless me, excuse me. Like as a child, you're just like, ooh, magic, ooh, magic, ooh, magic, ooh, it's awesome. And oh, haha, he's throwing up slugs. It's funny, but I mean, first of all, you realize that this is actually a body horror book because throwing up slugs is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't like slugs in general. And then hearing that you have to throw them up is like torture. But then, like, you think about it, and there's, this constant through line of like this whole the war that will eventually come if people have watched the movies or read the books or both. is just, it's all to do with race. It's all to do with how pure is your bloodline, which honestly, all of it is kind of funny anyways, because like wizards acknowledge that um muggle that being called a mudblood is a bad thing, obviously. But I feel like it does carry the implication that everyone kind of agrees that muggles are inferior because they're magical. And I have done this rant before, and you guys are sick of it. But I know at least one of you is new here. I know at least one of you has not seen the book club yet and has not seen my channel. Um, so I have to point out, like, wizards think muggles are it has to be the reason why, like, they haven't adopted to muggle technology, from simple things like a ballpoint pen to like airplanes or communication via telephone. Like, even if the cell phone wasn't a huge thing, landlines were a thing. It's the 80s, so cell phones were kind of sort of on the scene, sort of becoming in vogue. At least a pager. I mean, come on, like, you can page your teachers. How amazing would that be for a lot of these teachers, instead of getting like bird poop everywhere? Not that the owls aren't nice. We love the owls. Like, bringing a pet to Hogwarts is really nice. But yeah, I think all wizards are just a little bit racist against muggles. And then there are the super racists of the people who will, call other people mudblood because of their um blood purity. And I mean, obviously, there's some pretty huge parallels, and you can draw your own conclusions, guys. I don't think I need to draw those for you. You're all adults, but definitely something that you have to really look at and kind of consider as you read these books. And it's really strange and really interesting. And I mean, also, there's just the fact that, well, this book, people are almost dying. Like, every character that is petrified in this book by something that you guys will later see, I'm sure. Like, I say like a lot, I'm sorry. These people, if they had done just the wrong move, they would be dead. I'm adult shaped too, but at least I can still kind of understand a little bit about what's going on, though. I'm sure you can too, Panda. But oh, she's back. I see her on stream. But like, these
I's back.
characters are almost dying. Like, sorry, I was just talking about, like, Panda said, viewing this in the eyes of a child when you first read it, and then listening to it again as an adult, there's just two very different takeaways. And we had the racism spiel, obviously, but then I was
Yes.
like, but there's also like three characters almost die. If you really think about it, like, they are petrified, but one wrong move and we might not have had some of these characters ever again. And that is actually legitimately scary if you take too long to think about it.
Yes. I have already burned through 6 cups of tea.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Hence the
No
reason
wonder I had to use
for
the restroom.
and all of the hydrates being redeemed is not helping
Oh, I'm
matters.
sure it's not.
Not helping.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
However, the warm tea is certainly helping.
Oh man, I really need to make some warm tea for my. I
I
will
gotta.
leave your chat to your chat though, so I can go watch mine. To make sure I stay on top of my chat. My chat. Stay on top of my chat. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
God. Thankfully, at some point, Panda will run out of hydrates because there is a limit per stream.
Oh. I'm
And that's
surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised my stream hasn't abused that more, but I guess I should be grateful. But
okay.
th-
So we are
they're
at
saving it for voices.
the Death Day party. This, I'm sad, was not in the movie. Makes
Thank you,
me
Panda.
mad.
All right. Sorry, I had to hydrate, but
No.
thank you, Panda. I don't remember this, so I'm gonna have to see.
You don't remember the Death Day party? I was so
I
sad it wasn't in the movie.
I don't, but I'm about to find out right now. Looks like.
Heck yeah, you are.
Chapter 8: The Death Day Party. No, sorry. October arrived, spreading a damp chill over the grounds and into the castle. Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, was kept busy by a sudden spate of colds among the staff and students. Her pepper up potion worked instantly, though it left the drinkers smoking at the ears for several hours afterward.
Several
Ginny
years.
Weasley, several years afterward, that's their
Wizards are
life
just
now.
constantly on fire.
Yep. How you doing? Oh, I'm fine. I just had some of Miss Pomfrey's pepper up potion. Oh, I can see that. Good day to you, sir. Who had been looking pale, was bullied into taking some by Percy. The steam pouring from under her vivid hair gave the impression that her whole head was on fire. Hey! We were just talking about you. Raindrops the size of bullets thundered on the castle windows for days on end. The lake rose, the flower beds turned into muddy streams, and Hagrid's pumpkins swelled to the size of garden sheds. Oliver Wood's enthusiasm for regular training sessions, however, was not dampened, which was why Harry was to be found late one stormy Saturday afternoon, a few days before Halloween, returning to Gryffindor Tower, drenched to the skin and splattered with mud. Even aside from the rain and wind, it hadn't been a happy practice session. Fred and George, who had been spying on the Slytherin team, had seen for themselves the speed of those Nimbus 2001s. They reported that the Slytherin team was no more than 7 greenish blurs, shooting through the air like missiles. As Harry squelched along the deserted corridor, he came across somebody who looked just as preoccupied as he was. Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, was staring morosely out of a window, muttering under his breath, "Don't fulfill their requirements. Half an inch of that. Hello, Nick," said Harry. Hello, hello," said nearly headless Nick, starting and looking around. He wore a dashing plumed hat on his long curly head, with a tunic with a ruff which completely concealed the fact that his neck was almost completely severed. He was pale as smoke, and Harry could see right through him to the dark sky and torrential rain outside. "You look troubled, young Potter," said Nick, folding a transparent letter as he spoke and tucking it inside his doublet. "Well, so do you," said Harry. "Ah," nearly headless Mick waved an elegant hand. "A matter of no importance. It's not as though I really wanted to join, though I thought I'd apply, but apparently I don't fulfill the requirements." In spite of his airy tone, there was a great look of bitterness on his face. "But you would think, wouldn't you," he erupted, suddenly pulling the letter back out of his pocket, "that getting hit 45 times in the neck with a blunt axe would qualify you to join the Headless Hunt?" "Oh, yes," said Harry, who was obviously supposed to agree. "I mean, nobody wishes more than I do that it had all been quick and clean, and my head had come off properly. I mean, it would have saved me a great deal of pain and ridicule. However," nearly headless Nick shook his letter open and read furiously, "we can only accept huntsmen whose heads have parted company with their bodies. You will appreciate that it would be impossible otherwise for members to participate in hunt activities such as horseback head juggling, and head polo. It is with the greatest regret, therefore, that I must inform you that you do not fulfill our requirements. With your very best wishes, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore." Fuming, nearly headless Nick stuffed the letter away. "Half an inch of skin and sinew holding my neck on, Harry. Most people would think that's good and beheaded, but oh no, it's not enough for Sir Properly Decapitated Podmore." Nearly headless Nick took several deep breaths and then said, in a far calmer tone, "So, what's bothering you? Anything I can do?" "No," said Harry, "not unless you know where we can get 7 free Nimbus 2001s for our match against Slit." The rest of Harry's sentence was drowned out by a high pitched mewling from somewhere near his ankles. He looked down and found himself gazing into a pair of lamp like yellow eyes. It was Mrs. Norris, the skeletal gray cat who was used by the caretaker, Argus Filch, as sort of a deputy in his endless battle against students. "Oh, you'd better get out of here, Harry," said Nick quickly. "Filch isn't in a good mood. He's got the flu, and some third years accidentally plastered frog brains all over the ceiling in Dungeon 5. He's been cleaning all morning, and if he sees you dripping mud all over the place—" "Right," said Harry, backing away from the accusing stare of Mrs. Norris, but not quickly enough. Drawn to the spot by the mysterious power that seemed to connect him with his foul cat, Argus Filch burst suddenly through a tapestry to Harry's right, wheezing and looking wildly about for the rule breaker. There was a thick tartan scarf bound around his head, and his nose was unusually purple. Filth! He shouted, his jowls a quiver, his eyes popping alarmingly as he pointed at the muddy puddle that had dripped from Harry's Quidditch robes. Muck and mess everywhere. I've had enough of you, I tell you. Follow me, Potter. So Harry waved a gloomy goodbye to Nearly Headless Nick and followed Filch back downstairs, doubling the number of muddy footprints on the floor. Harry had never been inside Filch's office before. It was a place most students avoided. The room was dingy and windowless, lit by a single oil lamp dangling from the low ceiling. A faint smell of fried fish lingered about the place. Wooden filing cabinets stood about the walls. From their labels, Harry could see they contained details of every pupil Filch had ever punished. Fred and George Weasley had an entire drawer to themselves. A highly polished
Somehow
collection of
not
chains.
shocking.
No, not at all. A highly polished collection of chains and manacles hung on the wall behind Filch's desk. It was common knowledge that he was always begging Dumbledore to let him suspend students by their ankles from the ceiling. Filch grabbed a quill from a pot on his desk and began shuffling around looking for parchment. Dung, he muttered furiously. Great sizzling dragon, bogies, frog brains, rat intestines. I've had enough of it. Make an example. Where's the form? Yes. He retrieved a large roll of parchment from his desk drawer and stretched it out in front of him, dipping his long black quill into the ink pot. Name Harry Potter. Crime. It was only a bit of mud, said Harry. It's only a bit of mud to you, boy, but to me it's an extra hour of scrubbing, shouted Filch, a drip shivering unpleasantly at the end of his bulbous nose. Crime. Befouling the castle. Suggested sentence. Dabbing at his streaming nose, Filch squinted unpleasantly at Harry, who waited with bated breath for his sentence to fall. But as Filch lowered his quill, there was a great bang on the ceiling of the office, which made the oil lamp rattle. Peeves! Filch roared, flinging down his quill in a transport of rage. I'll have you this time, I'll have you! And without a backward glance at Harry, Filch ran flat-footed from the office, Mrs. Norris streaking alongside him. Peeves was the school poltergeist, a grinning, airborne menace who lived to cause havoc and distress. Harry didn't much like Peeves, but couldn't help feeling grateful for his timing. Hopefully, whatever Peeves had done, and it sounded as though he'd wrecked something very big this time, would distract Filch from Harry. Thinking that he should probably wait for Filch to come back, Harry sank into a moth-eaten chair next to his desk. Or next to the desk, it's not his desk. There was only one thing on it apart from
It was
his
at this moment
half-completed
that he
form.
knew.
A
He fucked
large,
up.
glossy, purple envelope with silver lettering on the front. With a quick glance at the door to check that Filch wasn't on his way back, Harry picked up the envelope and read, Quick Spell, a correspondence course in beginner's magic. Intrigued, Harry flicked the envelope open and pulled out the sheaf of parchment inside. More curly silver writing appeared. More curly silver writing on the front page said, Feel out of step in the world of modern magic? Feel yourself making excuses not to perform simple spells? Ever been taunted for your willful wand work? There is an answer. Quick Spell is an all-new, fail-safe, quick-result, easy-learn course. Hundreds of
I'm
witches and wizards
adorable
have
and I
benefited from the
secretly
Quick Spell
know
method.
it.
Madame Z. Nettles of Topsham wrote, I had no memory for incantations and my potions were a family joke. Now, after a quick spell course, I am the center of attention at parties, and my friends beg for the recipe of my scintillation solution. Warlock DJ Prod of
Doodle,
Didsbury
you have
said,
missed your calling as Home Shopping Network announcer.
Gosh. Hi, Mama May. Welcome to Harry Potter 2 Electric Boogaloo, where I make funny voices, and Classique tells me that I missed my profession as either a telephone operator for certain companies, accounting companies, let's say,
1 888
uh,
numbers. Um,
or or door-to-door salespeople. Warlock DJ Prod of Didsbury said, My wife used to sneer at my feeble charms, but 1 month into your fabulous Quick Spell course, and I succeeded in turning into a yak. Thank you, Quick Spell. Fascinated, Harry thumbed through the rest of the envelope's content. Why on earth did Filch want a Quick Spell course? Did this mean he wasn't a proper wizard? Harry is reading Lesson 1, Holding Your Wand, some useful tips, when shuffling footsteps outside told him Filch was coming back. Stuffing the parchment back into the envelope, Harry threw it back onto the desk just as the door opened. Filch was looking triumphant. That vanishing cabinet was extremely valuable, he was saying gleefully to Mrs. Norris. We'll have Peeves out this time, my sweet. His eyes fell on Harry and then darted to the quick spell envelope, which Harry realized too late was lying 2 feet away from where it had started.
Dun,
Filch's
dun,
pasty
dun.
face went brick red. Certain companies like what? Well, uh,
Well,
Mama May in my chat says certain companies like what, and I'm not gonna say it on my stream, but
um, he
let's
may.
say it's a let's say it's a company where you might call somebody and they might talk like this, you naughty boy.
Let's just say he turned the howler into.
Yeah, the
It
famous
was.
Howler one where it's like, you took the car, turned into, you took the car. Mm-hmm.
It was awkward.
And Sasik died, a couple other people died. I was laughing my head off because it was
I laughed. He
amazing.
laughed. The toaster laughed. I shot the toaster.
It was some of my best work. If I no Gilderoy Lockhart is some of my best work if I do say so myself. You'll see Gilderoy Lockhart soon, I hope.
Oh, I hope.
Um, Filch's pasty face went brick red. Harry braced himself for a tidal wave of fury. Filch hobbled across to his desk, snatched up the envelope, and threw it into a drawer. Have you? Did you read? He sputtered. No, Harry lied quickly. Filch's knobbly hands were twisting
Oh.
together. If I thought you'd read my private, not that it's mine, for a friend, be that as it may. However, Harry was staring at him alarmed. Filch had never looked madder. His eyes were popping, a tick was going on in one of his pouchy cheeks, and the tartan scarf didn't help. Very well. Go, and don't breathe a word. Not that. However, if you didn't go now. I have to write up Peeves' report. Go. Amazed at his luck, Harry sped up to the office, up the corridor, and back upstairs. To escape from Filch's office without punishment was probably some kind of school record. Spicy sounding, yes, it was.
Very spicy.
Harry, did it work? Nearly headless Nick came gliding out of a classroom. Behind him, Harry could see the wreckage of a large black and gold cabinet that appeared to have been dropped from a great height. I persuaded Peeves to crash it right over Filch's office, said Nick eagerly. Thought it might distract. Nick is like two shots away from Gilderoy Lockhart, I'll admit, but Nick is like very well put. He is actually what a gentleman is, and Gilderoy Lockhart is what a gentleman is what he thinks a gentleman is, which is very, very far off base.
And always drunk.
Always drunk. Yes.
Always drunk.
I just realized that my nearly headless Nick voice is very similar, and I'm like, no, there's a distinction. Nick is an actual gentleman. Look at what he did for Harry. It's awesome. I wish there was something I could do for you about the headless hunt, Harry said. Um, Nearly headless Nick stopped in his tracks, and Harry walked right through him. He wished he hadn't. It was like stepping through an icy shower. But there is something you could do for me, said Nick excitedly. Harry, would I be asking too much? No, but no, you wouldn't want. What is it? Said Harry. Well, this Halloween will be my 500th death day, said Nearly headless Nick, drawing himself up and looking dignified. Oh,
As he straightens his
said Harry,
non-existent tie.
not sure whether he should look. What'd you say? Sorry?
As he straightens his non-existing tie. Just.
His non-existent tie. Straightens his head. Not sure whether he should look sorry or happy about this. Right. I'm holding a party down in one of the roomier dungeons. Friends will be coming from all over the country. It will be such an honor if you would attend. Oh, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger would be most welcome too, of course, but I dare say you'd rather go to the school feast. He watched Harry on tenterhooks. No, said Harry. I'll come. Oh, my dear boy. Harry Potter at my death day party, and he hesitated, looking excited. Do you think you could possibly mention to Sir Patrick how very frightening and impressive you find me? Oh, of course, said Harry. Nearly headless Nick beamed at him. A death day party? Said Hermione keenly when Harry had changed at last and joined her and Ron in the common room. I bet there aren't many living people who can say they've been to one of those. It'll be fascinating. Why would anyone want to celebrate the day they died? Said Ron, who was halfway through his potions homework and grumpy. Sounds dead depressing to me. Rain was still. I imagine Ron would do that.
Oh yeah.
And everyone just. Rain was still lashing the windows, which were now inky black, but inside all looked bright and cheerful. The firelight glowed over the countless squashy armchairs where people sat reading, talking, doing homework, or, in the case of Fred and George Weasley, trying to figure out what would happen if you fed a filibuster firework to a salamander. Fred had rescued the brilliant orange fire dwelling lizard from a care of magical creatures class, and it was now smoldering gently on a table surrounded by a knot of curious people. Harry was at the point of telling Ron and Hermione about Filch and the quick spell course when the salamander suddenly whizzed into the air, emitting loud sparks and bangs as it whirled wildly around the room. The sight of Percy bellowing himself hoarse at Fred and George, the spectacular display of tangerine stars showering from the salamander's mouth, and its escape into the fire with accompanying explosions drove both Filch and the quick spell envelope from Harry's mind.
Poor salamander.
Poor salamander. Sorry.
Yes.
I bet it had a time of its life. Let's be
All
real.
of the
That's
ways.
more
Yes.
excitement than he's had in years.
Oh, poor salamander.
Oh, and up the chimney he goes.
Reminds me of the fire. I just pictured the little fire
Yeah,
salamander
from
from Frozen 2.
Frozen.
Just
Exactly.
that's
That's
what
what
I
I was thinking
picture.
of.
It,
That's what I was
it
thinking
was
of, and he's just having a blast.
it was absolutely freaking adorable.
Oh my gosh. By the time Halloween arrived, Harry was regretting his rash promise to go to the Death Day party. The rest of the school was happily anticipating their Halloween feast. The Great Hall had been decorated with the usual live bats. Hagrid's vast pumpkins had been carved into lanterns large enough for 3 men to sit in, and there were rumors that Dumbledore had booked a troupe of dancing skeletons for the entertainment. A promise is a promise, Hermione reminded Harry bossily. You said you'd go to the Death Day party. So at 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked straight past the doorway to the packed Great Hall, which was glittering invitingly with gold plates and candles, and directed their steps instead towards the dungeons. The passageway leading to nearly headless Nick's party had been lined with candles too, though the effect was far from cheerful. These were long, thin, jet black tapers, all burning bright blue, casting a dim, ghostly light even over their own living faces. The temperature dropped with every step they took. As Harry shivered and drew his robes tightly around him, he heard what sounded like 1,000 fingernails scraping an enormous blackboard. Is that supposed to be music? Ron whispered. They turned a corner and saw nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway hung with black velvet drapes. My dear friends, he said mournfully, welcome, welcome. So pleased you could come. He swept off his plumed hat and bowed them inside. It was an incredible sight. The dungeon was full of hundreds of pearly white translucent people, mostly drifting around a crowded dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful, quavering sound of 30 musical saws, played by an orchestra on a raised black draped platform. A chandelier overhead blazed midnight blue with 1,000 more black candles. Their breath rose in a mist before them. It was like stepping into a freezer. Shall we have a look around then? Harry suggested, wanting to warm up his feet. Careful not to walk through anyone, said Ron nervously, and they set off around the edge of the dance floor. They passed a group of gloomy nuns, a ragged man wearing chains, and the fat friar, a cheerful Hufflepuff ghost, who was talking to a knight with an arrow sticking out of his forehead. Harry wasn't surprised to see that the Bloody Baron, a gaunt, staring Slytherin ghost covered in silver bloodstains, was being given a wide berth by the other ghosts. Oh no, said Hermione, stopping abruptly. Turn back, turn back. I don't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle. Who? Said Harry as they backtracked quickly. She haunts one of the toilets in the girls' bathroom on the first floor, said Hermione. She haunts a toilet? Yes, it's been out of order all year because she keeps having tantrums and flooding the place. I never went in there anyways if I could avoid it. It's awful trying to have a pee with her wailing at you. Look, food, said Ron. On the other side of a dungeon was a long table, also covered in black velvet. They approached it eagerly, but next moment had stopped in their tracks, horrified. The smell was quite disgusting. Large rotten fish were laid on a handsome silver platter. Cakes, burned charcoal black, were heaped on salvers. There was a great maggoty haggis, a slab of cheese covered in furry green mold, and, in pride of place, an enormous gray cake in the shape of a tombstone with tar like icing forming the words Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, died 31st October 1492. Harry watched amazed as a portly ghost approached the table, crouched low, and walked through it, his mouth held open that it passed through one of the stinking salmon. Can you taste it if you walk through it? Harry asked him. Almost, said the ghost sadly as he drifted away. I expect they've let it rot to give it a stronger flavor, said Hermione knowledgeably, pinching her nose and leaning closer to look at the putrid haggis. Can we move? I feel sick, said Ron. It barely turned around, however, when a little man swooped suddenly from under the table and came to a halt in midair before them. Hello, Peeves, said Harry Cash cautiously. Unlike the ghosts around them, Peeves the poltergeist was the very reverse of pale and transparent. He was wearing a bright orange party hat, a revolting bow tie. Wait,
Revolving.
revolving bow tie. Well, that's revolting. And a broad grin on his wide, wicked face. Nibbles? He said sweetly, offering them a bowl of peanuts covered in fungus. No thanks, said Hermione. Heard you talking about poor Myrtle, said Peeves, his eyes dancing. Rude you was about poor Myrtle. I liked it better. He took a deep breath and bellowed, Oi, Myrtle! Oh no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She'll be really upset. Hermione whispered frantically. I didn't mean it. I don't mind. Hello, Myrtle. The squat ghost of a girl had glided over. She had the glummest face Harry had ever seen, half hidden behind lank hair and thick, pearly spectacles. What? She said sulkily. How are you, Myrtle? Said Hermione in a falsely bright voice. It's to see you out of the toilet. Myrtle sniffed. Miss Granger was just talking about you, said Peeves slyly in Myrtle's ear. Just saying how nice you look tonight, said Hermione, glaring at Peeves. Myrtle eyed Hermione suspiciously. Suspiciously. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
You're making fun of me, she said, silver tears welling rapidly in her eyes, in her small see-through eyes. No, no, honestly, didn't I just see how nice Meta's looking? Said Hermione, nudging Harry and Ron painfully in the ribs. Oh, yeah, she did. Don't lie to me. Myrtle gasped, tears now flooding down her face, while Peeves chuckled happily over her shoulder. Do you think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, miserable, moaning, moping. You've forgotten Pimply, Peeves hissed in her ear. Moaning Myrtle burst into anguished sobs and fled from the dungeon. Peeves shot after her, pelting her with moldy peanuts, yelling, Pimply! Pimply! Oh dear, said Hermione sadly. Nearly headless Nick now drifted towards them through the crowd. Enjoying yourselves? Oh yeah, yes, they lied. Oh, not a bad turnout, said nearly headless Nick proudly. The Wailing Widow came all the way up from Kent. It's nearly time for my speech. I'd better go and warn the orchestra. The orchestra, however, stopped playing at that very moment. They and everyone else in the dungeon fell silent, looking around in excitement as a hunting horn sounded. Oh, here we go, said Nearly Headless Nick bitterly. Through the dungeon wall burst a dozen ghost horses, each ridden by a headless horseman. The assembly clapped wildly. Harry started to clap too, but stopped quickly at the sight of Nick's face. The horses galloped into the middle of the dance floor and halted, rearing and plunging. At the front of the pack was a large ghost who held his bearded head under his arm, from which position he was blowing the horn. The ghost leapt down, lifted his head high in the air so he could see the crowd, everyone laughed, and strode over to Nearly Headless Nick, squashing his head back onto his neck. Nick, he roared. How are you? Head still hanging in there? He gave a hearty guffaw and clapped Nearly Headless Nick on the shoulder. Welcome, Patrick, said Nick stiffly. Liven, said Sir Patrick, spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and giving a huge, fake jump of astonishment, so that his head fell off again, the crowd howling with laughter. Very amusing, said Nearly Headless Nick darkly. Oh, don't mind Nick, shouted Sir Patrick's head from the floor. Still upset we won't let him join the hunt, but I mean to say, look at the fellow. I think, said Harry hurriedly as at a meaningful look from Nick. Nick's very frightening and, yelled Sir Patrick's head. Bet he asked you to say that. If I could have everyone's attention, it's time for my speech, said Nearly Headless Nick, loudly striding towards the podium and climbing into an icy blue spotlight. My late lamented lords and ladies and gentlemen, it is my great sorrow, but nobody heard much more. Sir Patrick and the rest of the Headless Hunt had just started a game of head hockey, and the crowd was turning to watch. Nearly Headless Nick tried vainly to recapture his audience, but gave up as Sir Patrick's head went sailing past him to loud cheers. Harry was very cold by now, not to mention hungry. I can't stand much more of this, Ron muttered, his teeth chattering as the orchestra ground back into action and the ghost swept back to the dance floor. Let's go, Harry agreed. They headed back toward the door, nodding and beaming at anyone who looked at them, and a minute later they were hurrying back up the passageway, full of black candles. Sorry, one second. Pudding might not be finished yet, said Ron, hopefully, leading the way toward the steps of the entrance hall. And then Harry heard it. Kill. It was the same voice, the same cold, murderous voice he had heard in Lockhart's office. He stumbled to a halt, clutching at the stone wall, listening with all his might, looking around, squinting up and down the dimly lit passageway. Harry, what are you? It's that voice again. Shut up a minute. So hungry for so long. Listen, said Harry urgently, and Ron and Hermione froze, watching him. Time to kill. The voice is growing fainter. Harry was sure it was moving away, moving upward. A mixture of fear and excitement gripped him as he stared at the dark ceiling. How could it be moving upward? Was it a phantom to whom stone ceilings didn't matter? This way, he shouted, and he began to run up the stairs into the entrance hall. It was no good. It was no good hoping to hear anything here. The babble of talk from the Halloween feast was echoing out of the great hall. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the first floor, Ron and Hermione clattering behind him. Harry! Well, oh wait, shh! Harry strained his ears. Distantly from the floor above and growing fainter still, he heard the voice. I smell blood. I smell blood! His stomach lurched. It's going to kill someone, he shouted, and ignoring Ron and Hermione's bewildered faces, he ran up the next flight of stairs, 3 at a time, trying to listen over his own pounding footsteps. Harry hurtled around the whole of the second floor, Ron and Hermione panting behind him, not stopping until they turned a corner into the last deserted passageway. Harry! What was that all about? Said Ron, wiping sweat off his face. I couldn't hear anything. Hermione gave a sudden gasp, looking down the corridor. Look! Something was shining on the wall ahead. They approached slowly, squinting through the darkness. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between 2 windows, shimmering in the light cast by the flaming torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What's that thing hanging underneath? Said Ron, a slight quiver in his voice. As they edged near, Harry almost slipped. There was a large puddle of water on the floor. Harry and Hermione grabbed him, and they inched toward the message, eyes fixed on a dark shadow beneath it. All 3 of them realized what it was at once, and leapt backward with a splash. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds they didn't move. Then Ron said, Let's get out of here. Shouldn't we try and help? Harry began awkwardly. Trust me, said Ron. We don't want to be found here. But it was too late. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told them that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs and the loud, happy talk of well fed people. Next moment, students were crashing into the passage from both sides. The chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the hanging cat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone in the middle of the corridor as silence fell among the mass of students pressing forward to see the grisly sight. And someone shouted through the quiet, "Enemies of the air, beware! You'll be next, mudbloods!" It was Draco Malfoy. He had pushed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes alive, his usually bloodless face flushed as he grinned at the sight of the hanging, immobile cat.
I hate that word. That word is atrocious.
It is atrocious. I believe it's supposed to be atrocious.
I know. Still. Ah.
I will say, crazy how fast this book can go
It-
180 on you.
right, it's just
Suddenly
whew.
oh man, we just got out of this really awkward and crazy party. Poor nearly headless Nick. What's that?
Oh, look, hanging cat.
Oh. Oh.
But, like, rabble, rabble.
Rabble, rabble.
Rabble, rabble. Little bit of housekeeping. I did manage to fix stream alerts, or sound alerts, so the sound buttons for points work again. So there's that.
That's exciting.
I did fix it. Turned out I had to turn it off, turn it back on again. It hasn't been working for weeks.
Hey, you fixed it. That's good.
I did a thing.
You did a thing.
So, we have a hanging cat, which is never good.
Yep.
Filch
Not
is
good.
about to legit shit bricks. We have reached the almost halfway point of this book.
Yes.
We are actually killing it today.
We are killing it.
Look at us
Plus,
go.
a lot of the pages near the end of the book are just like, this book is dedicated to check out some of our other works.
Well, let's see. Mine doesn't do that. Because it's the printed book. So I have one page at the back that says, check out all these other books.
Oh, gotcha. See, mine says page 56 of 138, and I don't know how much of the rest of the pages are like filler and how much are actual.
You know what book I would actually like to have? Don't ask me why, but I think it would be cool. The Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone hardcover Latin edition.
Oh.
Harrius Potter, a philosophy lapis. I know I butchered
That's
that.
Interesting.
But I think it would be super cool to have the Latin.
Yeah, for sure.
The Latin.
The Latin, as and the spells are just like in plain English. Instead
Right?
of incendio, it's light fire.
Aloha Mara. Light bulb.
Open.
Right? Expecto Patronum. Phantom animal.
Can you imagine the first charms class? You're pronouncing it wrong. It's not go up. It's go up.
Yes.
Go up.
I'm here for it.
All slightly spoken with a Valley Girl accent, just slightly.
A little bit.
Go up.
Oh, geez. So where are we in this book? We are
We're in
doing the
chapter
writing on the
9.
wall.
And we have a lovely picture of Moaning Myrtle on my stream.
Oh, I don't have pictures. I'm not that cool.
If you want to take a look, the picture's pretty. It's interesting.
Is it as good as Lockhart's?
I'd argue it's a little better.
Oh, really?
Un
momento, por favor.
It makes her look very pitiful, very sad and pathetic, which arguably is kind of exactly what you want out of a Moaning Myrtle.
I know she's crying, but it looks like she peed herself.
I mean,
that's unfortunate.
That's probably not accidental. It's probably not accidental.
Probably not. She lives in a toilet.
She probably is like,
I've lived here for so long. I've just learned I can pee whenever I want in the toilet.
If I flood the bathroom, no one will notice.
And that
Right?
little giggle that she has. Oh, that actress was so good.
She was.
He didn't figure it out until all the bubbles were gone.
I can't do her laugh. It's so hard. Her cry though. Are you crying or are you being whipped around by your hair?
She whipped her hair back and forth. God.
No, I wanted you to keep singing that. I was gonna see what
She
she
whipped
sounds
her
like.
hair back and forth. She whipped her head back and forth.
That's what she sounds like when she whips her hair back and forth.
Oh God! Nobody clipped that.
Everybody clipped that.
No. I'm sitting here with my wand, just spinning it in my hands. I love this wand.
That's awesome. That's a cool wand.
Oh, I have several, but that one's my favorite. Aside from the one that lights up, which I can't reach because it's on a shelf that I'm too short to reach, so I just get to look at
Right.
it. Because
Right.
I was the dumbass who put it up on the tall people shelf.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. Don't put crap on a tall people shelf.
Right? Don't put shit on the tall people shelf. My
Don't
hair.
put stuff
Hold
on the
on, please hold. I need a hat. My hair is driving me freaking crazy here.
Oof.
Oh. Oh. There we go.
All right. You eerie?
Ah. I have this one hair. One hair. I just
One.
pulled it. Because it just likes to drift to right between my eyes and just sit there.
Oh gosh.
It's like, no thank you. No thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, writing on the wall.
Right on the wall.
Writing on the wall. What's going on here? What's going on? Attracted no doubt by Malfoy's shout, Argus Filch came shouldering his way through the crowd. Then he saw Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, and his popping eyes fell on Harry. You! He screeched. You! You've murdered my cat! You've killed her! I'll kill you out, Argus! Dumbledore had arrived on the scene, followed by a number of other teachers. In seconds, he had swept past Harry, Ron, and Hermione and detached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch. You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. My office is nearest, Headmaster, just upstairs. Please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The silent crowd parted to let them pass. Lockhart, looking excited and important, hurried after Dumbledore. So did Professors McGonagall and Snape. As they entered Lockhart's darkened office, there was a flurry of movement across the walls. Harry saw several of the Lockharts in the pictures dodging out of sight, their hair in rollers. The real Lockhart lit the candles on his desk and stood back. Dumbledore laid Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged tense looks and sank into the chairs outside of the pool of candlelight, watching. The tip of Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingertips gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. And Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that killed her. Probably the transmorgification torture. I've seen it used many times. So unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her.
Shut up.
Shut up. Someone throws a fishy cracker down his throat, watches him choke.
You want the cracker? Go get the cracker, baby. Go, go, go.
Fetch! Lockhart's comments were punctured by Filch's dry, racking sobs. He was slumped in a chair by the desk, unable to look at Mrs. Norris, his face in his hands. Much as he detested Filch, Harry couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him, though not nearly as sorry as he felt for himself. If Dumbledore believed Filch, he would be expelled for sure. Dumbledore was now muttering strange words under his breath and tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand. But nothing happened. She continued to look as though she had been recently stuffed. I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou? Dugu?
Sure.
Waddle
Wagadugo.
waddle, said Lockhart.
Give a dog a bone.
This old man came strolling home. A series of attacks. The full story is in my autobiography. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets, which cleared the matter up at once. The photographs of Lockhart on the walls were all nodding in agreement as he talked. One of them had forgotten to remove his hairnet. At last, Dumbledore straightened up. She's not dead, Argus, he said softly. Lockhart stopped abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented. Not dead? Choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why is she all stiff and frozen? She's been petrified, said Dumbledore. Ah, I thought so, said Lockhart. But how, I cannot say. Ask him, shrieked Filch, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Harry. No second year could have done this, said Dumbledore firmly. You would take dark magic of the most advanced. He did it! He did it! Filch spat, his pouchy face purpling. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He found in my office. He knows I'm a. Filch's face worked horribly. He knows I'm a squib, he finished. I never touched Mrs. Norris, said Harry loudly, uncomfortably aware that everyone was looking at him, including all the Lockharts on the walls. And I don't even know what a squib is. Rubbish, snarled Filch. He saw my quick spell letter. If I might speak, Headmaster, said Snape from the shadows, and Harry's sense of foreboding increased. He was sure nothing Snape had to say was going to do him any good. Potter and his friends may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, he said, a slight sneer curling in his mouth, as though he doubted it. But we do have a suspicious set of circumstances here. Why were they all in the upstairs corridor at all? Why weren't they at the Halloween feast? Harry, Ron, and Hermione all launched into an explanation about the Death Day party. There were hundreds of ghosts. They'll tell you where we were there. But why not join the feast afterwards? Said Snape, his black eyes glittering in the candlelight. Why go up to that corridor? Ron and Hermione looked at Harry. Because, Harry said, his heart thumping very fast, something told him it would sound very far-fetched if he told them he'd been led there by a bodiless voice no one but he could hear. Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed, he said. Without any supper? Asked Snape, a triumphant smile flickering across his gaunt face. I didn't think ghosts provided food fit for living people at their parties. We weren't hungry, said Ron loudly as his stomach gave a huge rumble. Snape's nasty smile widened. I suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is not being entirely truthful, he said. It might be a good idea if he were deprived of certain privileges until he's ready to tell us the whole story. I personally feel he should be taken off the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he's ready to be honest. Really, Severus? Said Professor McGonagall sharply. I see no reason to stop the boy playing Quidditch. This cat wasn't hit over the head with a broomstick. There's no evidence at all that Potter has done anything wrong. Dumbledore was giving Harry a searching look. His twinkling, light blue gaze made Harry feel as though he was being x-rayed. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, he said firmly. Snape looked furious. So did Filch. My cat has been petrified, he shrieked, his eyes popping. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus, said Dumbledore patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, we will have a potion made which will revive Mrs. Norris. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school.
You
There was
tell
a
him, Snape.
very awkward pause. You may go, Dumbledore said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They went as quickly as they could without actually running. When they were a floor up from Lockhart's office, they turned into an empty classroom and closed the door quietly behind them. Harry squinted at his friends' darkened faces. Do you think I should have told him about the voice I heard? No, said Ron without hesitation. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. I do like how Ron says this in the book, but Hermione says it in the movie.
Oh, I think they don't do enough movie Ron justice, truthfully.
No, they did movie Ron dirty.
he's kind of an idiot in the books, but like he's an idiot in the same way like a kid who doesn't study at school would be an idiot. Like kind of like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. Whatever.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Made the mistake of eating a fishy cracker.
Oh, I need to get fishy crackers. I wish I had fishy crackers right now.
I have the rainbow kind.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Something in Ron's voice made Harry ask, "You do believe me, don't you?" "Of course I do," said Ron quickly, "but you must admit it's weird." "I know it's weird," said Harry. "The whole thing's weird. What was the writing on the wall about the Chamber of Secrets has been opened? What is that supposed to mean?" "You know, it rings sort of a bell," said Ron slowly. "I think someone told me a story about a secret chamber at Hogwarts once. Might have been Bill." "And what on earth is a squib?" asked Harry. To his surprise, Ron stifled a snicker. "I am not saying the word that is printed in that book."
Snigger?
"Yeah,
I it's a valid
uh,
word. It's just
it's.
unfortunate that it happens to share that, but
Do you understand why, with my unfortunate ability to not use the English language properly, that I would change the word?"
I do, and I also understand Twitch might mishear things, so
Right.
the bots might get a little touchy.
So it is snicker.
Stifle the snicker, yes. But
Well,
everybody can see the word on the page and know that she's not being bad. Okay? For the record.
for the record,
Everybody, for the record, I am circling the word with my cursor right here. Oh, it covered up the word with the block. Right here. Never mind. You saw it on the bottom.
it was there.
It was there. It was there.
Uh,
I am the proof.
I am the proof.
I will be I will defend her with my VOD. Okay? Thank you.
Well, it's not funny, really, but as it's Filch, she said, "A squib is someone who was born into a wizarding family but hasn't got any magic powers. Kind of like the opposite of muggle-born wizards, but squibs are quite unusual. If Filch is trying to learn magic from a quick spell course, I reckon he must be a squib. It would explain a lot, like why he hates students so much." Ron gave a satisfied smile. "He's bitter." A clock chimed somewhere. "Midnight," said Harry. "We'd better get to bed before Snape comes along and tries to frame us for something else." For a few days, the school could talk of little but the attack on Mrs. Norris. Filch kept it fresh in everyone's minds by pacing the spot where she had been attacked as though he thought the attacker might come back. Harry had seen him scrubbing the message on the wall with Mrs. Skewer's all-purpose magical mess remover, but to no effect. The word still gleamed as brightly as ever on the stone. When Filch wasn't guarding the scene of the crime, he was skulking red-eyed through the corridors, lunging out at unsuspecting students, trying to put them in detention for things like breathing loudly and looking happy. Ginny Weasley seemed to be very disturbed by Mrs. Norris's fate. According to Ron, she was a great cat lover. "But you hadn't really got to know Mrs. Norris," Ron told her bracingly. "Honestly, we're much better off without her." Ginny's lip trembled. "Stuff like this doesn't often happen at Hogwarts," Ron assured her. "They'll catch the nutter who did it, and they'll put him out of here in no time. It's just, I just hope he's got time to petrify Filch before he's expelled." "Only joking," he added hastily as Ginny blanched. Poor Ginny. The attack had also had an effect on Hermione. It was quite unusual for Hermione to spend a lot of time reading, but she was now almost doing nothing else. Nor could Harry and Ron get much response from her when they asked what she was up to, and not until the following Wednesday did they find out. Harry had been held back in potions, where Snape had made him stay behind to scrape tube worms off of the desks.
Ooh.
After a hurried lunch, he went upstairs to meet Ron in the library and saw Justin Finch Fletchley, holy crap, why'd they have to hyphenate that? The
I don't
Hufflepuff
know.
boy from herbology coming towards him. Harry had just opened his mouth to say hello when Justin caught sight of him, turned abruptly, and sped off in the opposite direction. Harry found Ron at the back of the library, measuring his history of magic homework. Professor Binns had asked for a 3-foot-long composition on the medieval assembly of European wizards. "I don't believe it, I'm still 8 inches short," said Ron furiously, letting go of his parchment, which sprang back into a roll. "And Hermione's done 4 feet 7 inches, and her writing's tiny." "Where is she?" asked Harry, grabbing the tape measure and unrolling his own homework. I love how they measure homework. Like, that's just
That's terrible. Although, wait, that's not actually too different from my teacher being like, you need to write a 3-page report.
right. If you were to lay pages, yeah.
Like 3 pages, inches. It's just like it's the difference between one long quill and like something else.
Mm,
I get it. I get it.
it's just interesting.
Oh, I totally agree. It's interesting.
Somewhere over there, said Ron, pointing to the shelves, looking for another book. I think she's trying to read the whole library before Christmas. Harry told Ron about Justin running away from him.
Oops.
Don't know why you care. I thought he was a bit of an idiot, said Ron, scribbling away, making his writing as large as possible. All that rubbish about Lockhart being so great. Hermione emerged from between the bookshelves. She looked irritable, and at last seemed ready to talk to them. All the copies of Hogwarts History have been taken out, she said, sitting down next to Harry, and there's a 2-week waiting list. I wish I hadn't left my copy at home, but I couldn't fit it in my trunk with all of the Lockhart books. Why do you want it? Asked Harry. The same reason everyone else wants it, said Hermione. To read up on the legend of the Chamber of Secrets? What's that? Said Harry quickly. That's just it. I can't remember, said Hermione, biting her lip, and I can't find the story anywhere else. Hermione, let me read your composition, said Ron, desperately checking his watch. No, I won't, said Hermione, suddenly severe. You've had 10 days to finish it. I only need another 2 inches. Go on. The bell rang. Ron and Hermione led the way to History of Magic bickering. History of Magic was the dullest subject on their timetable. Professor Binns, who taught it, was their only ghost teacher, and the most exciting thing that ever happened in his class was his entering the room through the blackboard. Ancient and shriveled, many people had thought he hadn't noticed he was dead. He had simply got up to teach one day and left his body behind him in an armchair in front of the staff room fire. His routine had not varied in the slightest since. Today was as boring as ever. Professor Binns opened his notes and began to read in a flat, drone-like old vacuum cleaner until nearly everyone in the class was in a deep stupor, occasionally coming around long enough to copy down a name or a date, then falling asleep again. He had been speaking for half an hour when something happened that had never happened before. Hermione put up her hand. Professor Binns glanced up in the middle of a deadly dull lecture on the International Warlock Convention of 1289, looked amazed. Miss, Granger, Professor, I was wondering if you could tell us anything about the Chamber of Secrets, said Hermione in a clear voice. Dean Thomas, who had been sitting with his mouth hanging open, gazing out the window, jerked out of his trance. Lavender Brown's head came up out of her arms, and Neville's elbow slipped off his desk. Professor Binns blinked. My subject is the history of magic, he said in his dry, wheezy voice. I deal with facts, Mrs. Granger, not myths and legends. He cleared his throat with a small noise like chalk snapping and continued. In September of that year, the subcommittee of the Sanderin Sorcerers, he stuttered to a halt. Hermione's hand was waving in the air again. Miss Grant, please, sir. Don't legends always have a basis in fact? Professor Binns was looking at her in such amazement. Harry and Ron were sure no student had ever interrupted him before, alive or dead. Well, said Professor Binns slowly, yes, one could argue that, I suppose. He peered at Hermione as though she had never seen a student properly before. However, the legend of which you speak is such a very sensational, even ludicrous tale. But the whole class was now hanging on Professor Binns' every word. He looked dimly at them all. Every face turned to his. Harry could tell he was completely thrown by such an unusual show of interest. Oh, very well, he said slowly. Let me see, the Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago. The precise date is uncertain, by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age. The 4 schoolhouses were named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, far from prying Muggle eyes. It was an age when magic was feared by common people, and witches and wizards suffered much persecution. He paused, gazed blearily around the room, and continued. For a few years, the founders worked in harmony together, seeking out youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated. But then, disagreement sprang up between them. A rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them to be untrustworthy. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Professor Binns paused again, pursing his lips, looking like a wrinkled old tortoise. Reliable historical sources tell us this much, he said, but these honest facts have been obscured by the fanciful legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The story goes that Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to the legend, sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that no one would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir, alone, would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. There was a silence as he finished telling the story, but it wasn't the usual sleepy silence that filled Professor Binns' classes. There was an unease in the air as everyone continued to watch him, hoping for more. Professor Binns looked faintly annoyed. The whole thing is errant nonsense, of course, he said. Naturally, the school has been searched for evidence of a chamber many times by the most learned witches and wizards. It does not exist. A tale told to frighten the gullible. Hermione's hand was back in the air. Sir, what exactly do you mean by the horror within the chamber? It is believed to be some sort of monster, which the heir of Slytherin alone can control, said Professor Binns in his dry, reedy voice. The class exchanged nervous looks. I'll tell you, the thing does not exist, said Professor Binns, shuffling his notes. There is no chamber, and no monster. But sir, said Seamus Finnegan, if the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's true heir, no one else would be able to find it, would they? Nonsense, O'Flaherty, said Professor Binns in an aggravated tone. If a long succession of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses haven't found a thing. But Professor, piped up Parvati, poor Parvati Patel, you should have used dark magic to open it. Just because a wizard doesn't use dark magic doesn't mean he can't, Miss Pennyfeather, snapped Professor Binns. I repeat, if the likes of Dumbledore... But maybe you've got to be related to Slytherin, so Dumbledore couldn't, began Dean Thomas, but Professor Binns had had enough. That will do, he said sharply. It's a myth. It does not exist. There is no shred of evidence that Slytherin ever built so much as a secret broom cupboard. I regret telling you that a foolish story. We will return, if you please, to history, to solid, believable, verifiable fact. And within 5 minutes, the class had sunk back into its usual torpor. I always knew Slather
it on, Slytherin.
Slather it on, Slytherin!
I've got a date tonight.
Oh, Jesus. It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again.
Oh, it's snake oil. He put snake oil on, obviously.
Ugh, gross. Me screwing up the English language again.
No, it's fine.
I got through that whole story and didn't screw it up once.
You did. It was really good.
I was proud of myself.
You should be.
I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old loony, Ron told Harry and Hermione as they fought their way through the teeming corridors at the end of the lesson to drop off their bags before dinner. But I never knew he started all this pureblood stuff. I wouldn't be in his house if you paid me. Honestly, if the Sorting Hat had tried to put me in Slytherin... I've got a train straight back home. Hermione nodded fervently, but Harry didn't say anything. His stomach had just dropped unpleasantly. Harry had never told Ron and Hermione that the Sorting Hat had seriously considered putting him in Slytherin. He could remember, as though it was yesterday, a small voice that had spoken in his ear when he had placed a hat on his head a year before. You could be great, you know. It's all here, in your head, and Slytherin would help you on your way to greatness, no doubt about that. But Harry, who had already heard of Slytherin House's reputation for turning out dark wizards, had thought desperately not Slytherin. And the hat had said, oh, well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. And they were shunted along. As they were shunted along in a throng, Colin Creevey went past. Hiya, Harry! Hello, Colin, said Harry automatically. Harry, a boy in my class has been saying but Colin was so small he couldn't fight against the tide of people bearing him towards the Great Hall. They heard him squeak, see you, Harry! And he was gone. What's What's a boy in his class saying about you? Hermione wondered. That I'm Slytherin's heir, I expect, said Harry, his stomach dropping another inch or so. He suddenly remembered why Justin Fletchley, why did he always have to add that, had run away from him at lunchtime. People here will believe anything, said Ron in disgust. The crowd thinned as they were able to climb the next staircase without difficulty. Do you really think there's a Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked Hermione. I don't know, she said, frowning. Dumbledore couldn't cure Mrs. Norris, and that makes me think that whatever attacked her might not be, well, human. As she spoke, they turned the corridor and found themselves at the end of a corner. They found themselves at the end of the very corridor where the attack had happened. They stopped and looked. The scene was just as it had been that night, holy. But there was no stiff cat hanging from the torch bracket. And the empty chair stood against the wall, bearing the message, "The chamber has been opened." That's where Filch has been keeping guard, Ron muttered. They looked at each other. The corridor was deserted. Can't hurt to have a poke around, said Harry, dropping his bag and getting on his hands and knees so he could crawl along searching for clues. Scorch marks, he said, here and here. Come look at this, said Hermione. This is funny. Harry got up and crossed the window next to the message on the wall. Hermione was pointing at the topmost pane. Around 20 spiders were scuttling, apparently fighting to get through a small crack in the glass. A long, silvery thread was dangling like a rope, as though they had all climbed it in their hurry to get outside. Have you ever seen spiders act like that? Said Hermione wonderingly. No, said Harry. Have you? Ron? Ron? He looked over his shoulder. Ron was standing well back and seemed to be fighting the impulse to run. What's up? Said Harry. I don't like spiders, said Ron tensely. I never knew that, said Hermione, looking at Ron in surprise. You've used spiders and potions loads of times. I don't mind them dead, said Ron, who was carefully looking anywhere but the window. I just don't like the way they move. Hermione giggled. It's not funny, said Ron fiercely. You must know, when I was 3, Fred turned my teddy bear into a dirty great spider because I broke his toy broomstick. You wouldn't like them either if you'd been holding your bear and suddenly it had too many legs and... He broke off, shuddering. Hermione was obviously still trying not to laugh. Feeling as they had better get off the subject, Harry said, Remember all that water on the floor? Where did it come from? Someone's mopped it up. It was about here, said Ron, recovering himself to walk a few paces past Filch's chair, pointing. Level with this door. He reached for the brass doorknob, but suddenly withdrew his hand as though he'd been burned. What's the matter? Said Harry. Can't go in there, said Ron gruffly. That's the girls' toilet. Ron, there won't be anyone in there, said Hermione, standing up and coming over. That's Moaning Myrtle's place. Come on, let's have a look. Ignoring the large out-of-order sign, she opened the door. It was the gloomiest, most depressing bathroom Harry had ever set foot in. Under a large, cracked, and spotted mirror were a row of chipped stone sinks. The floor was damp and reflected the dull light given off by the stubs of a few candles burning low in their holders. The wooden doors to the cubicles were flaking and scratched, and one of them was dangling off of its hinges. Hermione put her fingers to her lips and set off towards the cubicle. When she reached, she said, Hello, Myrtle. How are you? Harry and Ron went to look. Moaning Myrtle was floating on the cistern of the toilet, picking a spot on her chin. This is the girls' bathroom, she said, eyeing Ron and Harry suspiciously. They're not girls. No, Hermione agreed. I just wanted to show them how nice it is in here. She waved vaguely at the dirty old mirror and the damp floor. Ask her if she saw anything, Harry mouthed at Hermione. What are you whispering? Said Myrtle, staring at him. Nothing, said Harry quickly. We wanted to ask. I wish people would stop talking behind my back, said Myrtle in a voice choked with tears. I do have feelings, you know, even if I am dead. Myrtle, no one wants to upset you, said Hermione. Harry only. No one wants to upset me. That's a good one, howled Myrtle. My life was nothing but misery, and this place is now people coming along ruining my death. We wanted to ask you if you'd seen anything funny lately, said Hermione quickly, because a cat was attacked right outside your front door on Halloween. Did you see anyone near here that night? Said Harry. I wasn't paying attention, said Myrtle dramatically. Peeves upset me so much that I came in here and tried to kill myself. And of course I remembered that I'm already dead, said Ron helpfully. Myrtle gave a tragic sob, rose up out of the air, turned over, and dived headfirst into the toilet, splashing water all over them and vanishing from sight. From the direction of her muffled sobs, she had come to rest somewhere in the U-bend.
Oh my gosh.
Harry and Ron stood with their mouths open, but Hermione shrugged wearily and said, honestly, that's almost cheerful for Myrtle. Come on, let's go. Harry
I
had
love how there's
barely
even a
closed the
point where
door.
Hermione.
What?
Sorry, I love how there's a point where even Hermione's just like, that's as good as we're getting. Let's go.
Yeah, and we're done.
She's like the most patient of the whole group, and she's like, that is about it.
And this is where we go. Harry had barely closed the door on Myrtle's gurgling sobs when a loud voice made all three of them jump. Run! Percy Weasley had stopped dead at the end of the stairs. Prefect badge agleam and his nipple piercing, an expression of complete shock on his face. That's the girls' bathroom, he grasped. What were you? Just having a look around, shrugged Ron. Clues, you know? Percy swelled in a manner that reminded Harry forcefully of Mrs. Weasley. Get away from there, he said, striding towards them and starting to chivvy them along, flapping his arms. Don't you care what this looks like? Coming back here while everyone's at dinner. Why shouldn't we be here? Said Ron, hotly, stopping short and glaring at Percy. Listen, we never laid a finger on that cat. That's what I told Ginny, said Percy fiercely, but she still seems to think that you're going to be expelled. I've never seen her so upset, crying her eyes out. You might think of her. All the other first years are thoroughly overexcited by this business. You don't care about Ginny, said Ron, whose ears were reddening now. You're just worried I'm going to mess up your chances of being head boy. 5 points from Gryffindor, Percy said, tersely, fingering his prefect badge. And I hope it teaches you a lesson. No more detective work or I'll write to Mum. And he strode off, back of his neck as red as Ron's ears. Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose seats as far from possible as Percy in the common room that night. Ron was still in very bad temper and kept blotting his charms homework. Then he reached absently for his wand to remove the smudges, ignited the parchment. Fuming almost as much as his homework, Ron slammed the standard book of spells, grade 2, shut. To Harry's surprise, Hermione followed suit. Who can it be, though? She said in a quiet voice, as though continuing a conversation they had just been having. Who'd want all the squibs and muggleborns out of Hogwarts? Let's think, said Ron in mock puzzlement. Who do we know who thinks muggleborns are scum? He looked at Hermione. Hermione looked back, unconvinced. If you're talking about Malfoy, of course I am, said Ron. You heard him. You'll be next, mudbloods. Come on. You've got to be the... You've only got to look at his foul rat face to know it's him. Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin, said Hermione skeptically. Look at his family, said Harry, closing his books too. The whole lot of them have been in Slytherin. He's always boasting about it. He could easily be Slytherin's heirs. His father is definitely evil enough. They could have had the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries, said Ron, handing it down, father to son. Well, said Hermione cautiously, I suppose it's possible. But how do we prove it? said Harry darkly. There might be a way, said Hermione slowly, dropping her voice still further with quick glances across the room at Percy. Of course, it would be difficult and dangerous. Very dangerous. We'd be breaking about 50 school rules, I expect. If, in a month or so, you feel like explaining, will you let us know? Won't you? Said Ron irritably. All right, said Hermione coldly. But what we need to do is get inside the Slytherin common room and ask Malfoy a few questions without him realizing it's us. But it's impossible, said Harry. And Ron laughed. No, it's not, said Hermione. All we'll need would be some polyjuice potion. What's that? Said Ron and Harry together. Snape mentioned it in class a few weeks ago. Do you think we've got nothing better to do in potions than listen to Snape? Muttered Ron. We transforms you into somebody else. Think about it. We could change into 3 of the Slytherins. No one would know it was us. Malfoy would probably tell us anything. He's probably boasting about it in the Slytherin common room right now. If only we could hear him. This polyjuice stuff sounds a bit dodgy to me, said Ron, frowning. What if we're stuck looking like 3 of the Slytherins forever? It wears off after a while, said Hermione, waving her hand impatiently. But getting a hold of the recipe can be very difficult. Snape said it was in a book called I can't even... My brain just...
It's like Old English most potent potions, but it's like Old English, so it's like most potent potions.
my brain just went blank. Please attempt to restart. Please push button to reboot brain. And it's bound to be in the restricted section of the library. There was only one way to get a book out of the restricted section. You needed a signed note of permission from a teacher. Hard to see why we'd want the book, really, said Ron, if we weren't going to try and make one of the potions. I think, said Hermione, that if we made it sound as though we were just interested in the theory, we might stand a chance. Oh, come on, no teacher's gonna fall for that, said Ron. They'd have to be really thick. Bum, bum, bum.
I wonder who we know.
Who is
Like an episode
dumber
of Blue
than,
Clues.
thicker than molasses,
Dumber
dumber
than a
than the
bag
post.
of rocks.
Who do we know that fits that bill?
Mommy, I'm doing very good, by the way. I'm very happy doing book club with my friend. How was your day?
Let's
Oh, I'm
tend
so
to chat
excited.
for a little bit and chit chat.
I'm so excited to be able to voice Gilderoy Lockhart once again in the next chapter.
I'm so happy that the chapters fell that way. I would have read another one if it meant you got to do Gilderoy Lockhart again, because it brings you so much joy.
I mean, if I might ask you a couple of times if I can just be like, can I read this part, please?
If you want to Lockhart, anytime Lockhart starts to Lockhart, I will stop and you may take over.
Let me know if I have your permission beforehand.
You
if
always have my permission. I will. As soon
I mean,
as I
like,
see Gilderoy Lockhart about to speak words, I will cease speaking the words.
all right. So nice to see you. All right. All right.
Why do I just think about every time he says that, his chin raises and his chest pops out a little bit, so it's like the back of his head touches his shoulder blades. He's like, Harry!
All right. It's so lovely to see you.
I love you, Harry.
I love you, Harry Potter.
Somebody
Not
adore
as much
me.
as I love
Somebody
me.
let me sign something.
It's been 5 seconds since I've signed something. I'm going through withdrawal.
Somebody please let me sign something. Can I sign your head?
Gosh,
he
like,
just walks around with a quill, and every time he sees a copy of his book, he's like, have I signed that one yet? 3 times, Professor.
he like dives and like tackles students. Let me
There's no more pages for you to sign, Professor.
I can't see my text anymore.
Right? Oh, the rogue bludger. Oh, this is the great. I love this.
This is the part where he's like, "Oh, I can fix this." No, you can't.
No.
No, you can't.
Just
no.
no.
Just no.
As you start the chapter, I'm going to do another bathroom run because hydrates and tea are a thing.
Okay, I may also need to do a quick bathroom run as well. So, chat, you want to stick around for just a second?
I will leave them with a llama.
I will leave them on a screen asking them a very important question, which is, which Harry Potter character in Book 2 is the worst character, and why is it still Dobby?
Why is it still Dobby?
I am not backing away from that. That is still.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Oh, yep. I might put on a little commercial break for
Actually,
y'all.
that would be smart.
I might do a little commercial break for y'all. And that just helps get a little bit of revenue going in the channel, and hopefully, once we get enough people, we can maybe even do this full time. Who knows? If you don't like ads, though, feel free to. You can support me another way. You can subscribe with a Twitch Prime if you haven't already, or you can subscribe with your own hard-earned money. Although you don't have to do that. But yeah, we're just gonna run a brief ad break, so we'll see you guys after
And
the
for
break.
those who have subscribed, enjoy the llama.
Enjoy cozy music, courtesy of Twitch Soundcheck from on my end.
because, hello, hello. Thank you, everybody, for being patient. Kobe! I missed your raid. I'm so sorry. I'm here now. I'm sorry. I had to go to the washroom. Welcome to book club. How was your stream? It was on Yorp. Were you the one doing the slaughtering, or were others doing the slaughtering? I must make another tea. Well, I mean, as long as it was mutually beneficial slaughter, I guess we're good. We have reached the point. The Russians bombed us like 20 different times. Damn Russians. We have reached the point in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets where the chamber has been opened, the cat has been petrified, and we are now moving on to a Quidditch match where Doodle will be reading the chapter. I'm sorry, I'm making a tea. I'm still here. Where Doodle will be reading, and we get the fabulous voice of Lockhart. Oh God, damn Russians were not playing nicely today. Yeah, as soon as Doodle gets back, we will be continuing. Just a fair warning, this is a 18 plus rated stream because we turn Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets into things it should never have been. So be prepared to have your childhood crushed by random comments that come out of our face holes. Just be prepared. It never ends well. It just doesn't. Harry Potter and the Scary Fest. I am so happy for you. I am. Let's put the llama away. I will be adding something to the Be Right Back screen for next stream, which should be Thursday. It is a word game that chat can play while we are on the Be Right Back screen. Kind of like Words with Friends. So, interactive game that you guys will be able to play so that you're not just staring at my llama or my corgi or my unicorn or my squishmallow or whatever animal I happen to stuff in my chair to hold my place.
I'm back.
And the Doodle!
Okay, really quick. Ramza, welcome to the chat. Here's who I'm streaming with today, actually. This is Classique. She's awesome. Make sure you go check her out, too. She is a little more adult content than I am, and I am a little more family content than she is. And we come together and we make a very strange conglomeration.
Yeah.
It's definitely something.
You are definitely the Disney to my 18 plus.
I'm the Disney to your HBO.
Right. But okay, Kobe, have a good night. Thanks for the raid. I'm glad you had a
good night, Colby.
Glad you had a great stream and a great night gaming.
Okay. I was like, oh no, I disconnected. No, I didn't.
No,
okay,
you didn't.
I'm good.
You're here.
Okay. I'm here. So.
Thank you, Ramza, for this follow.
Yeah.
Welcome to the shit show. Please grab your poncho on the way in.
Oh. Don't think I like that one.
I don't know. Now we get Gilderoy Lockhart, constantly pompous and partially drunk.
Oh, Gilderoy Lockhart's my favorite.
Oh.
Here we go. Chapter 10. The Rogue Fledger.
Oh, dear.
I don't know what he says. I don't know what a poncho is, but thanks, lol.
It's like a raincoat that you just kind of pull over your head to protect you from the crazy that happens. So you don't get any on your clothes.
just beware, beware. This is a PG-13 stream, very closely heading in yeah, Ramza is not from America, so he has to learn all of the fun expressions
That's
like wear a
perfectly
poncho
okay.
for the shit show because we have to teach him all the terrible things that we say because they are not good things and we must corrupt the world. So
I am
you're
so
welcome, Ramza.
sad that I don't have enough channel points to redeem a voice thing.
Oh, I'm so glad. I
I'm
can take a
so.
slight She's like seeding my chat like, "Hey,
Hey
I only
guys!
know in America, haha, guns for kids go brrr." Yeah, that is a thing we do too.
It. Yes.
It is a thing. It's not something I participate in, but it is a thing. Um, but I will say we are on chapter 10, the Rogue Bludger, and you get to listen to me act like a absolute buffoon, and that's not what I normally do on my channel, believe it or not. I only next week a normal kind of ding dong on my channel, so this is a fun little stretch for me. But since the disastrous episode of the Pixies, Professor Lockhart had not brought live creatures to class. Instead, he read passages from his books to them and sometimes reenacted some of the more dramatic bits. That's okay because in Mexico, haha, being assaulted on every corner goes, haha, oh dear. Um, welcome to a safe space, hopefully, for a second.
We are. We
So instead,
are. As
we
brash as I am, and as Disney as Doodle is, we are a safe space.
we are a safe space. We only assault you with terrible mental images
Googly-eyed Harry Potters and Dumbledore
and
nipple covers.
very grating voices that might get on your nerves, but I like them. So instead, he read passages from his books to them and sometimes reenacted some of the more dramatic bits. He usually picked Harry to help him with those reconstructions. So far, Harry had been forced to play a simple Transylvanian villager from whom Lockhart had cured a babbling curse, a yeti with a head cold, and a vampire who had been unable to eat anything except lettuce since Lockhart had dealt with him.
Um,
Have a good
don't
night, Ramza.
don't forget to check your chat occasionally.
I am checking my chat. It's right next to me. And Ramza, you have a good night. It was good seeing you. Um, are you talking to me or are you talking to you about the chat thing, by the way?
You apparently you missed something.
What did I miss? Hold on. Let me go into the big chat. Panda redeemed it's a Mario time. That didn't show up on my mobile, so that might be why. Thank you for thank you for that.
Okay, chat. In case you're unaware, Doodle has channel redemption points where he has to read 5 minutes of the book in different character voices and different voice effects. Um, current
Uh
currently
just
coming up
just
is
it's a
Mario.
Mario time. Just so you guys know, I will be reading Lockhart in just the Lockhart voice because I'm sorry, the Lockhart voice is my favorite, and I will not back down from
I
that.
will not
So
sully it.
I will not sully the Lockhart voice with It's a Me Mario. So
You do you.
5 minutes of It's a Mario time. Here we go.
And as I
Um,
mute myself because I cannot.
goodness. Harry was hauled to the front of the class during our next defense against the darker arts lesson, this time acting a werewolf. If he hadn't been, if he hadn't had a very good reason for keeping Lockhart in a good mood, he would have refused to do it. A nice howl, Harry, exactly. And then, if you'll believe it, I pounced like this, slammed him to the floor. Thus, with one hand, I managed to hold him down. With my other, I put my wand to his throat, and then I screwed up my remaining strength and performed the immensely complex Homorphous charm. What a piteous how. Go on, moan, Harry, moan. Good, go on, Harry. Higher than that. Oh, good. The fur vanished, the fangs shrank, and he turned back into a man. Simple yet effective. And another village remembered me forever as the hero who delivered them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks. The better day, and a Lockhart got to his feet. Homework. Compose a poem about my defeat of the Wagga Wagga werewolf. Sign copies of Magical Me to the author for the best one.
The class began to leave. Harry returned to the back of the room, where Ron and Hermione were waiting. Are you ready? Harry muttered. Wait until everyone's gone, said Hermione nervously. All righty. She approached Lockhart's desk, a piece of paper clutched tightly in her hand. Harry and Ron were right behind her. Professor Lockhart, Hermione stammered. I wanted to get this book out of the library, just for a background reading. She held out the piece of paper, her hand shaking slightly. But the thing is, it's in the restricted section of the library, so I need a teacher to sign for it. Oh no! I'm sure it would help me understand what you say in the Gadding with the Ghouls about the slow acting of Adams. Gadding with the Ghouls, said Lockhart. Whoa, that one was a bit of a combination of a Lockhart and a Mario. Oh no, said the Lockhart, taking the note from Hermione and smiling wildly at her. Possibly my very favorite book. You enjoyed it. Oh yes, said Hermione eagerly. So, so clever the way you trapped the last one with the TS trainer. Well, I'm sure no one will mind me giving the best student of the year a little extra help, said the Lockhart warmly. And he pulled out an enormous peacock quill. Yes, nice, isn't it? He said, misreading the revolted look on Ron's face. I usually save it for book signings. He scrawled an enormous loopy signature on the note and handed it back to Hermione. So, Harry, said Lockhart while Hermione folded the note with her fumbling fingers, flicked into her bag. Tomorrow's the first Quidditch match of the season, I believe. Gryffindor against Slytherin, is it not? I hear you're a useful player. I was a seeker too. I was asked to try for the national squad, but preferred to dedicate my life to the eradication of the dark forces. Still, if you ever feel the need for a little private training, don't hesitate to ask. Always happy to pass on my expertise to less able players. Harry made an indistinct noise in his throat, and then hurried off at Ron and Hermione. I don't believe it, he said after the three of them examined the signature on the note. He didn't even look at the book we were wanting. That's because he's a brainless git, said Ron. But who cares? We've got what we wanted. He is not a brainless git, said Hermione shrilly as they half ran toward the library. Just because he said you were the best student of the year. They dropped their voices as they entered the muffled stillness of the library. Madame Pince, the librarian, was a thin, irritable woman who looked like an underfed vulture. Most potent potions, she repeated suspiciously, trying to take the note from Hermione, but Hermione wouldn't let go. I was wondering if I could keep it, she said breathlessly. Come on, said Ron, wrenching it from her grasp and thrusting it at Madame Pince. We'll get you another autograph. Lockhart will assign anything if it stands still long enough. Madame Pince held the note to the light as though determined to detect the forgery, but it passed the test. She stalked away from the lofty shelves and returned several minutes later, carrying a large and moldy-looking book. Hermione put it carefully into her tote, and they left, trying not to walk too quickly or look too guilty. 5 minutes later, they were barricaded in Morning Myrtle's out-of-order bathroom once again. Hermione had overridden Ron's objections by pointing out that it was the last place anyone in their time.
I need an adult.
What?
I need an adult.
What are you saying? You're cutting out.
I need an adult.
My throat hurts. I need water.
I need an adult. Can I have an adult? Aisle 3, please. Adult. Aisle 3.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
How did you like Italian Lockhart for a second?
That was great.
I was like, whoa, that came out of my mouth, and I'm locking that back somewhere deep. That was too powerful even for me.
That was the power that Italian
The
Lockhart
power
wields
of
is too great for any one mortal to possess.
Nope, he is not to be unleashed upon the world ever again.
Oh, that was glorious.
That one hurt my brain a little bit too much,
I
honestly.
love the
was
line.
like,
He'll sign
"Ooh."
anything if it stands still long enough. It goes with my. He's
Yes.
just pouncing students. Let me sign that.
I was like, we called it. no, they don't even have to stand still. He tackled Harry in class. He was like, I tackled him. Boom. Moan, Harry. Oh, very good. Good, Harry.
Yeah, moan, Harry, moan. Oh, God. That book got dark quick.
Yeah,
Jesus.
well, it's Lockhart. Let's be real. He
Oh,
he doesn't
true.
even understand. I don't even think he understands his own existence. Let's
No.
be real. He's like, I am a mortal man. Aha!
As he flips his blonde hair behind him.
Yeah,
Maybe he's
basically.
born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe he's born with it. No, no,
No,
he's not.
no. There's some wizard version of plastic surgery happening there.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, God. Where are we? I've lost freaking.
Okay,
I
hold on.
don't know where we are.
A large and moldy looking book. Hermione put it carefully into her bag and they left, trying not to walk too quickly or look too guilty. 5 minutes later, they were barricaded in Moaning Myrtle's out of order bathroom once again. Harry had overridden Ron's objections by pointing out that it was the last place anyone in their right minds would go, so they were guaranteed some privacy. Moaning Myrtle was crying noisily in her stall, but they were ignoring her, and she them. Hermione opened up most potent potions carefully. The three of them bent over the damp spotted pages. It was clear from a glance why it belonged in the restricted section. Some of the potions had effects almost too gruesome to think about. And there were some very unpleasant illustrations, which included a man who seemed to have been turned inside out, and a witch sprouting several pairs of arms out of her head. Here it is, said Hermione excitedly as she found the page headed Polyjuice Potion. It was decorated with drawings of people halfway through transforming into other people. Harry sincerely hoped the artist had imagined the look of intense pain on their faces. This is the most complicated potion I've ever seen, said Hermione as they scanned the pages. Lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, and knotgrass, she muttered, running her fingers down the list of ingredients. Well, they're easy enough. They're in the student store cupboards. We can help ourselves. Oh, look, powdered horn of a bicorn. Don't know where we're going to get that. Shredded skin of bloom slang. That'll be tricky too. And of course, a bit of whoever we want to change into. Excuse me, said Ron sharply. What do you mean a bit of whoever we're changing into? I'm drinking nothing with crab's toenails in it. Hermione continued as though she hadn't heard him. We don't have to worry about that yet, though, because we add those bits last. Ron turned, speechless, to Harry, who had another worry. Do you realize how much we're going? Blah, blah. Do you realize how much we're going to have to steal, Hermione? Shredded's get a boom slang. That's definitely not in the students' cupboard. What are we going to do? Break into Snape's private stores? No, this is a good idea. Hermione shut the book with a snap. Well, if you two are going to chicken out, fine, she said. There were bright pink patches on her cheeks, and her eyes were brighter than usual. I don't want to break rules, you know. I think threatening Muggleborns is far worse than bring up a difficult potion. But if you don't want to find out if it's Malfoy, I'll go straight to Madame Pince now and hand the book back in. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be persuading us to break rules, said Ron. All right, I'll do it, but not toenails, okay? How long will it take to make, anyway? Said Harry as Hermione, looking happier, opened the book again. Well, since the Fluxweek has got to be picked at the full moon, and the Lacewings have got to be stewed for 21 days, I'd say it'd be ready in about a month if we can get all the ingredients. A month? Said Ron. Malfoy could have attacked half the Muggleborns in the school by then. But Hermione's eyes narrowed dangerously again, and he added swiftly, but it's the best plan we've got, so full steam ahead, I say. However, while Hermione was checking that the coast was clear for them to leave the bathroom, Ron muttered to Harry, it'll be a lot less hassle if you can just knock Malfoy off his broom tomorrow. Harry woke early on a Saturday morning and lay for a while thinking about the coming Quidditch match. He was nervous, mainly at the thought of what Wood would have to say if Gryffindor lost, but also the idea of facing a team mounted on the fastest racing brooms called goodbye. He had never wanted to beat Slytherin so badly. After half an hour of lying there with his insides churning, he got up, dressed, and went down to breakfast early, where he found the rest of the Gryffindor team huddled at the long, empty table, all looking uptight and not speaking much. As 11 o'clock approached, the whole school started to make its way down to the Quidditch Stadium. It was a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the air. Ron and Hermione came hurrying over to wish Harry good luck as he entered the Gryffindor locker rooms. The team pulled on their scarlet Gryffindor robes, then sat down to listen to Wood's usual pre-match pep talk. Slytherin has much better robes than us, he began, no point in denying it. But we've got better people on our brooms. We've trained harder than they have. We've been flying in all weathers. Too true, muttered George Weasley. I haven't been properly dry since August. And we're going to make them rule the day they let that little bit of sly Malfoy buy his way onto their team. Chest heaving with emotion, Wood turned to Harry. It'll be down to you, Harry, to show them that a seeker has to have something more than a rich father. Get to that snitch before Malfoy or die trying, Harry, because we've got to win today. We've got to. So, no pressure, Harry, said Fred, winking at him. As they walked out onto the pitch, a roar of noise greeted them. Mainly cheers because Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were anxious to see Slytherin beaten, but the Slytherins in the crowd made their boos and hisses heard too. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands, which they did, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. On my whistle, said Madam Hooch. 3, 2, 1. With a roar from the crowd to speed them upward, the 14 players rose toward the leaden skies. Harry flew higher than any of them, squinting around for the snitch. All right there, Scawhead, yelled Malfoy, shooting underneath him as though to show off the speed of his broom. Harry had no time to reply. At that very moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting toward him. He avoided it so narrowly that he felt it ruffle his hair as it passed. Close one, Harry, said George, streaking past him with his club in his hand, ready to knock the bludger back toward a Slytherin. Harry saw George give the bludger a powerful whack in the direction of Adrian Pusey, but the bludger changed direction in midair and shot straight for Harry again. Harry dropped quickly to avoid it, and George managed to hit it hard toward Malfoy. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. Harry put on a burst of speed and zoomed toward the other end of the pitch. He could hear the bludger whistling along behind him. What was going on? Bludgers never concentrated on one player like this. It was their job to try and unseat as many people as possible. Fred Weasley was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked as Fred swung at the bludger with all his might. The bludger was knocked off course. Gotcha! Fred yelled happily, but he was wrong. As though it was magnetically attracted to Harry, the bludger pelted after him once more, and Harry was forced to fly off at full speed. It had started to rain. Harry felt heavy drops fall into his face, splattering onto his glasses. He didn't have a clue what was going on in the rest of the game until he heard Lee Jordan say, Lee Jordan, who was commentating, say, Slytherin lead, 60 points to 0. The Slytherin's superior brooms were clearly doing their jobs, and meanwhile the Mad Bludger was doing all it could to knock Harry out of the air. Fred and George were now flying so close to him on either side that Harry could see nothing at all except their flailing arms and had no chance to look for the snitch, let alone catch it. Someone's tampered with this bludger, Fred grunted, swinging his bat with all his might as it launched a new attack on Harry. We need a timeout, said George, trying to signal to Wood and stop the bludger breaking Harry's nose at the same time. Wood had obviously got the message. Madame Hooch's whistle rang out, and Harry, Fred, and George dived for the ground, still trying to avoid the mad bludger. What's going on? Said Wood as the Gryffindor team huddled around while Slytherins in the crowd jeered. We're being flattened. Fred, George, where were you when that bludger stopped Angelina scoring? We were 20 feet above us, stopping the other bludger from murdering Harry, Oliver, said George angrily. Someone's fixed it. It won't leave Harry alone. It hasn't gone for anyone else all game. The Slytherins must have done something to it. But the Blooders have been locked in Madame Pooch's office since her last practice. There was nothing wrong with them then, said Wood anxiously. Madame Hoots was walking toward them. Over her shoulder, Harry could see the Slytherin team jeering and pointing in his direction. Listen, said Harry as she came nearer and nearer. With you two flying around me all the time, the only way I'm going to catch a snitch is if it flies up my sleeve. Go back to the rest of the team and let me deal with the rogue one. Don't be thick, said Fred. It'll take your head off. Wood was looking from Harry to the Weasleys. Oliver, this is insane, said Alicia Spinnet angrily. You can't let Harry deal with that thing on his own. Let's ask for an inquiry. If we stop now, we'll have to forfeit the match, said Harry. And we're not going to lose to Slytherin just because of a crazy bludger. Come on, Oliver, tell him to leave me alone. This is all your fault, George said angrily to Wood. Get the snitch or die trying. What a stupid thing to tell him. Madame Hooch had joined them. Ready to resume play? She asked Wood. Wood looked at the determined look on Harry's face. All right, he said. Fred, George, you heard Harry. Leave him alone. Let him deal with the bludger on his own. The rain was falling more heavily now. On Madame Hooch's whistle, Harry kicked hard into the air and heard the telltale whoosh of the bludger behind him. Higher and higher Harry climbed. He looped and swooped, spiraled, zigzagged, and rolled. Slightly dizzy, he nevertheless kept his eyes wide open. Rain was speckling his glasses and ran up his nostrils as he hung upside down, avoiding another fierce dive from the bludger. He could hear laughter from the cloud. He knew he must look very stupid, but the rogue bludger was heavy and couldn't change direction as quickly as Harry could. He began a kind of roller coaster ride around the edges of the stadium, squinting through the silver sheets of rain to the Gryffindor goalposts where Adrian Pusey was trying to get past Wood. A whistling in Harry's ear told him the bludger had just missed him again. He turned right over and sped in the opposite direction. Training for the ballet, Potter! Yelled Malfoy as Harry was forced to do a stupid kind of twirl in midair to dodge the bludger. And he fled, the bludger trailing a few feet behind him. And then, glaring back at the Malfoy he hated, or glaring back at Malfoy in hatred, that old Malfoy that he hated,
The whole same one he's always
the
hated.
whole same one, yep. He saw it, the golden snitch. It was hovering inches above Malfoy's left ear, and Malfoy, busy laughing at Harry, hadn't seen it. For an agonizing moment, Harry hung in midair, not daring to speed toward Malfoy in case he looked up and saw the snitch. Wham! He had stayed still a second too long. The bludger had hit him at last, smashing into his elbow, and Harry felt his arm break. Dimly, dazed by the searing pain in his arm, he slid sideways on his rain drenched broom, one knee still crooked over it, his right arm dangling useless at his side. The bludger came pelting back for a second attack, this time aiming at his face. Harry swerved out of the way, one idea firmly lodged in his numb brain: get to Malfoy. Through the haze of rain and pain, he dived for the shimmering, sneering face below him and saw his eyes widen with fear. Malfoy thought Harry was attacking him. What the? He gasped, creeping out of Harry's way. Harry took his remaining hand off the room and made a wild snatch. He felt his fingers close on the cold snitch, but was now only gripping the broom with his legs. And there was a yell from the crowd below as he headed straight for the ground, trying hard not to pass out. With a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom. His arm was hanging at a very strange angle, riddled with pain. Riddled with pain, he heard, as though from a distance, a good deal of whistling and shouting. He focused on the snitch clutched in his good hand. He said vaguely, "We've won." And he fainted. He came around, rain falling on his face, still lying on the field, with someone leaning over him. He saw a glitter of teeth.
Oh god.
"Oh no, not you," he moaned. "He doesn't know what he's saying," said Lockhart loudly to the anxious crowd of Gryffindors pressing around them. "Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm." "No," said Harry. I'll keep it like this, thanks." He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible.
I'll just stay
Here to
crooked forever.
I'll just have my arm broken eternally. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Everything is fine.
He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible. He heard a familiar clicking noise nearby. "I don't want a photo of this, Colin," he said loudly. "Lie back, Harry," said Lockhart soothingly. "It's a simple charm I've used countless times." "Why can't I just go to the hospital wing?" said Harry through clenched teeth. "He really should, Professor," said a muddy Wood, who couldn't help grinning even though his seeker was injured. "Great capture, Harry. Really spectacular. Your best yet, I'd say." Through the thicket of legs around him, Harry spotted Fred and George Weasley wrestling the rogue bludger into a box. It was still. I just want to point out, by the way, this isn't the movies don't do it justice either. But Fred and George really care about Harry in all the books. Like they
Right?
honestly
There
do.
is
Like
not enough credit given to the brotherly love that those two have for Harry.
those two were like, we are not letting Harry Potter, like we are not letting this poor kid getting beat up by a bludger. Like I imagine even after, the only reason they're doing it is just because they don't want to get on Wood's bad side, and they figure if at least if they're on the field, they can still potentially help if need be. But
Right?
oh man,
Oh god.
I love them. I love the Weasleys. Okay, anyways, he was still putting up a terrific fight. "Stand back," said Lockhart, who was rolling up his jade green sleeves. "No, no," said Harry weakly, but Lockhart was twirling his wand, and a second later had directed it straight at Harry's arm. A strange and unpleasant sensation started at Harry's shoulder and spread all the way down to his fingertips. It felt as though his arm was being deflated. He didn't dare look at what was happening. He had shut his eyes, his face turned away from his arm, but his first fears were realized as the people above him gasped and Con Creevy began clicking away madly. His arm his arm didn't hurt anymore, nor did it feel remotely like an arm. Ah, said Lockhart. Yes, well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. So, Harry, just toddle up to the hospital. Miss Weasley, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you escort him? And Madame Pomfrey will be able to tidy you up a bit. As Harry got to his feet.
That's a Voldemort laugh.
Oh, he, he's kind of a pseudo Voldemort slightly.
Little bit.
This is what would happen if Tom Riddle was an idiot. This is exactly what would happen if Tom Riddle was an idiot. Harry,
He's slightly
Voldemort is
drunk.
Voldemort is a boffin.
10 out of 10.
The googly-eyed Voldemort in our books is now going to sound like that. Harry Potter! I'm going to kill you, Harry Potter. I'm pointing my wand as hard as I can.
He's pointing it all awkwardly like this. Just
very flamboyant.
like T-Rex arms. Just. Okay, I just had something pop into my head, so I have to say it before I forget it. Have you ever noticed how they actually hold their wands? Like, Dumbledore's barely grasping his, and Voldemort's all upside down and pointy. It's like, can't you just hold it? Like, why is this grip so difficult for you guys?
Just
why does it have to be like this? Or like this? Or like this? Like,
it's the arthritis.
I don't understand.
It's the arthritis.
I need an adult.
They're all just very arthritic. Wizards are famously arthritic. They have carpal tunnel in their hands, so that's why they all hold their wands funny.
Get a wrist brace. Like.
Wizards with wrist braces. No. As Harry got to his feet, he felt strangely lopsided. Sorry, I want to get through this chapter before it gets to midnight, so that way you can go to bed because it's gonna be late.
Oh.
Well, midnight for me, 1 or 2 a.m. for you.
1. Oh, it's
1.
1:30. I got time to do one more chapter after this.
Okay. Well, I might not. It might be the problem too.
Oh, okay. That's why we lied about this.
I might have work in the morning still. We'll have to see how I feel tomorrow because I'm not feeling too good today. But taking a deep breath. Well, if this chapter ends quickly enough, then yes, we'll be able to do another chapter. But
I think there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 and a quarter.
And we'll see how quickly this goes then.
Yeah.
Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his right side. What he saw nearly made him pass out again. Poking out of the end of his robes was what looked like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing had happened. Lockhart hadn't mended Harry's bones. He'd removed them. Madame Pomfrey wasn't at all pleased. You should have come straight to me, she raged, holding up the sad, limp remainder of what half an hour before would have been a working arm. I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back, you will be able to, won't you? Said Harry desperately. I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful, said Miss Pomfrey grimly, throwing Harry a pair of pajamas. You'll have to stay the night. Hermione waited outside the curtain drawn around Harry's bed while Ron helped himself into his pajamas. Or well, Ron helped him into his pajamas. I thought Ron was just like, I'm gonna get into some PJs too.
If we're gonna do this, it'll be a slumber party.
I might as well be comfortable.
God damn it.
It took a while to stuff the rubbery, boneless arm into his sleeve. How can you stick up for Lockhart now, Hermione? I will say the one change I like that they did from the book to the movie is that Hermione saw through Lockhart's bullcrap pretty quickly.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, he's an idiot. He's a handsome idiot, but he's an idiot. Ron called through the curtain as he pulled Harry's limp fingers to the cuff. If Harry had wanted deboning, he would have asked. Well, anyone can make a mistake, said Hermione, and it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, Harry? No, said Harry, getting into bed, but it doesn't do anything else either. As he swung himself onto the bed, his arm flapped pointlessly. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey came around the curtain. Madame Pomfrey was holding a large bottle of something labeled Skelegro. You're in for a rough night, she said, pouring out a steaming beakerful and handing it to him. Regrowing bones is a nasty business. So was taking Skelegro. It burned Harry's mouth and throat as it went down, making him cough and splutter. Still tut-tutting about dangerous sports and inept teachers, Madame Pomfrey retreated, leaving Ron and Hermione to help Harry gulp down some water. We won, though, said Ron, a grin breaking across his face. That was some catch you made. Malfoy's face. He looked ready to kill. I want to know how he fixed that bludger, said Hermione darkly. You can add that to the list of questions we'll ask him when we've taken the Polyjuice potion, said Harry, sinking back onto his pillow. Hope it tastes better than this stuff. It's got bits of Slytherin in it. You've got to be joking, said Ron. The door of the hospital wing burst open at that moment. Filthy and soaking wet, the rest of the Gryffindor team had arrived to see Harry. Unbelievable flying, Harry, said Ron. I've just seen Marcus Flint yelling at Malfoy, something about having the snitch on top of his head and not noticing. Malfoy didn't seem too happy. They brought cakes, sweets, and bottles of pumpkin juice. They gathered around Harry's bed and were just getting started on what promised to be a good party when Madame Pomfrey came storming over, shouting, This boy needs rest! He's got 33 bones to regrow! Out! And Harry was left alone with nothing to distract him from the stabbing pains in his limp arm. Hours and hours later, Harry woke quite suddenly in the pitch blackness and gave a small yelp of pain. His arm now felt full of large splinters. For a second, he thought that was what had woken him. Then, with a thrill of horror, he realized that someone was sponging his forehead in the dark. Get off, he said loudly, and then Dobby! The house elf's goggling tennis ball eyes were peering at Harry through the darkness. A single tear was running down his long, pointed nose. Harry Potter came back to school, he whispered miserably. Dobby warned and warned Harry Potter. Oh, sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? Why didn't Harry Potter go back home when he missed the train? Harry heaved himself up on his pillow and pushed Dobby's sponge away. What are you doing here? He said. And how did you know I missed the train? Dobby's lip trembled, and Harry was seized by a sudden suspicion. It was you, he said slowly. You stopped the barrier from letting us through. Indeed, yes, sir, said Dobby, nodding his head vigorously, ears flapping. Dobby hid and watched for Harry Potter and sealed the gateway, and Dobby had to iron his hands afterwards. He showed Harry 10 long bandaged fingers. But Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Harry Potter was safe, and never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would get to school another way. He was rocking backward and forward, shaking his ugly head. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back in Hogwarts. He let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir. Harry slumped back onto his pillows. You nearly got Ron and me expelled, he said fiercely. You better get lost before my bones come back, Dobby, or I might strangle you. Dobby smiled weakly. Dobby is used to their threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home. He blew his nose on a corner of the filthy pillowcase he wore, looking so pathetic that Harry felt his anger ebb away in spite of himself. Why do you wear that thing, Dobby? He asked. This, sir, said Dobby, plucking at the pillowcase. 'Tis a mark of the house elf's enslavement, sir. Dobby can only be freed if his masters present him with clothes, sir. The family is careful not to pass Dobby even a sock, sir, for then he would be free to leave their house forever. Dobby mopped his bulging eyes and said suddenly, Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make your bludger, said Harry, anger rising once more. What do you mean, your bludger? You made that bludger try and kill me. Not kill you, sir, never kill you, said Dobby, shocked. Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home grievously injured than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home. Oh, is that all? Said Harry angrily. I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you wanted me sent home in pieces. If Harry Potter only knew, Dobby groaned, more tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase. If he knew what he means to us, to the lonely, the enslaved, we dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when he who was not being named was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir. Of course, Dobby is still treated like that, sir, he admitted, drying his face on the pillowcase. But mostly, sir, life has improved to my kind since you triumphed over he who was not being named. Harry Potter survived. The Dark Lord's power was broken. And it was a new dawn, sir, and Harry Potter shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir. And now at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, are perhaps happening already. Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here now that history is to repeat itself, now that the Chamber of Secrets is once more open. Dobby froze, horror struck, and grabbed Harry's water jug from his bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later, he crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed, muttering, Bad Dobby. Very bad, Dobby.
Poor freaking house elf has so much brain damage.
Good. So there is a Chamber of Secrets, Harry whispered. And did you say it's been opened before? Tell me, Dobby. He seized the elf's bony wrist as Dobby's hand inched toward the water jug. But I'm not a muggle born. How can I be in danger from the chamber? Ah, say no more. Ask no more of poor Dobby, stammered the elf, his eyes huge in the dark. Dark deeds are planned in the place, but Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. Harry Potter must not meddle in this, sir. It is too dangerous. Who is it, Dobby? Harry said, keeping a firm hold on Dobby's wrist to stop him from hitting himself with the water jug again. Who opened it? Who opened it last time? Dobby can't. Dobby can't. Dobby mustn't tell, squealed the elf. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. I'm not going anywhere, said Harry fiercely. One of my best friends is Muggle-born. She'll be first in line if the chamber really has been opened. Harry Potter risks his life for his own friends, moaned Dobby in a kind of miserable ecstasy. So noble, so valiant. But he must save himself. He must. Harry Potter must not. Dobby suddenly froze. Thankfully, his bat ears
Thank
quivering.
God.
I'm like, Dobby's really getting off on this, and I'm getting really worried.
I'm concerned. I am
What's
much
under the bedsheet,
concerned.
Dobby? What is under the bedsheet? Dobby must go, breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack, and Harry's fist was suddenly clenched on thin air. He slumped back into bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing as the footsteps drew nearer. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long, woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later carrying its feet. Together they heaved it onto a bed. Good Madame Pomfrey, whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Harry lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. Happened? Mrs. Mad. Sorry.
You
What
okay?
happened? Uh, there's a Mickey Mouse short where they're doing a parody of Snow White, and Minnie at one point trips, and Mickey's like and runs through the forest, and he crouches next to Minnie, and he goes, "What happened? I tripped on a door." It was funny. You have to watch it. It's so good.
Oh God.
And I accidentally did "What happened?" with Madame Pomfrey because
You
that's just
did.
my.
You turned
That
Madame
is how I
Pomfrey into
just say the
Mickey.
words now all the time. What happened? That's Minnie. Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. Another attack, said Dumbledore. Minerva found him on the stairs. There were a bunch of grapes next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter. Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches so we could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall, but I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera. Good gracious, said Madame Pomfrey. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, said Madame Pomfret wonderingly. All melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, said Dumbledore, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. The question is how. And from what Harry could see of Professor McGonagall's shadowy voice, she didn't understand this any better than he did. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
We have made it a little bit past the halfway point of the book.
Whew.
Look at us go.
We are doing great.
We're doing a lot
We're
better
doing
than
so
the first
good.
book that took like 6
Oh, for sure.
episodes.
Oh, for sure, for
We've
sure.
got
for
this
sure.
down. We know what we're doing.
We have a science. We have a system. We are still a bunch of ditzy little bonker people, and we are gonna have such a great time with the later books. I'm so sure.
I have noticed though that we squirrel a lot in the first half of the stream, but near the end we like zone in and we're like, we got this, with only the occasional
sure.
swirling.
Because we usually seem to stop like at points that are fairly light, like kind of like, oh, we're having some fun. It's the dueling club. But then like
During
the
this
book
part, there's
peters
nothing
on.
to joke about. Like, you know,
Oh, that's true. The dueling club is like that. That's a pretty serious revelation where Harry learns. Well, yeah,
it
if you
is.
haven't.
We're not going to spoil it if you haven't at this point.
I guess that's probably a good
But if
thing.
you haven't, why are you here? Like, this is not the book
If
club for you. You need an audiobook, not us.
This book has been out for years. If you haven't seen the movie or read the book at this point, what is going on, friend? You either have no interest or
Or I really would like to see the rock that you live under.
or you could be like a child. You could be like a little kid.
Well, they shouldn't be here.
In which case you should not be here. Get out of this stream now. I'll do one of these days. Maybe I'll do a rereading of the Harry Potter books, but like just like a straight rereading, like no weirdness. Like actually try and do a serious rereading. I think that might be
I
kind of
can't
fun.
do that.
Actually, I think that could be really interesting. Actually, just to do a.
I
I'd
mean,
love to read a book. Seriously.
you could do it. I'm not capable of it. I am not
don't know if I
adult
could
enough
be
for this
either.
adult situation. Thank you very much. I require more adultier adult.
I definitely require adultier adult for sure.
Uh,
Ooh, although I was thinking we could read one of the Roald Dahl books, and I was like, we could totally read Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That would be amazing.
I actually would have to get a copy of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, it's cheap. You can get it digitally for super cheap.
No, I buy a physical copy because how else am I supposed to mount my trophies on my bookshelf like a serial killer?
True. You can get it physically super cheap as well. Like you could go on Amazon, you can get a paperback for like $8. It's not expensive at all.
I really, really, really want to do like Tale of the Beetle of the Bard.
Oh, that would be interesting.
You know, like
I'd read that.
get to like Harry Potter and the
Like Half-Blood Prince.
Half-Blood Prince, I think, is where that comes in. And then do a reading of Harry Potter and the Tale, like it's not Harry Potter and the Tales, it's just the Tales of Beetle the Bard.
With all the fun little commentary from Dumbledore. Oh my gosh.
I hope you could find a digital copy of that with all the annotations and everything.
I'm sure there is. If you can put it in print and you can do it digitally too, I think it'll be doable.
I think that would be a lot of fun. But I think this is where we're gonna end this week's
my voice
episode
needs a break.
Of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Holy Hell.
Of craziness. Of
what
absolute
are we doing?
insanity.
We have left
madness.
At Colin Creevy being turned into a statue of a child on a bed, none of the adults seeming overly concerned that the children in their care are being, stripped of bones and smacked in the head by rogue sports
Just
equipment.
another day for wizards.
Right?
Just another day for wizards. What can you do, you know?
I think I'm going to fire my people off to a friend of mine who is streaming League of Legends.
I am going to actually fire my people off to a different person than you, because I have another friend who is also streaming, who is also in the chat today, and I'd like to pay it forward a little bit today.
Nice. So we will do another book club on Monday.
Monday.
Is that good for
Monday
you?
fun
Does
day.
that look for you? Work for your schedule?
As far as I'm aware, let me double check. But I mean, I will double check as the week goes on. But I'm fairly sure it should be fine.
Well, my stream schedule for next week isn't set in stone yet anyway, so
Cool.
it's workable.
All right, cool.
But big thanks to Kobe for the raid and everyone who followed and joined Doodle's Graveyard. You guys are all phenomenal.
Thank you to all the people who joined Classic stream, and thank you to Classic as well for letting me join her as always.
For the shenanigans of book club.
For the craziness and the shenanigans and all the weirdness that happened.
Right. Right. Sometimes it's inappropriate. I will not be streaming tomorrow as I normally do because it is my birthday and I am going to have shenanigans.
All the shenanigans.
All the shenanigans.
And again, I will do my best to participate.
If
Hopefully
not,
I'll be able to.
you have to do what you have to do.
I will send birthday wishes at some point. I promise you that. I may not stay for all the drunk shenanigans because I love you guys, but that's not my favorite scene sometimes.
And with the group of people that we have, it may not be your favorite place, period.
I love most of your group, but I get a little socially awkward, especially when alcohol gets involved.
When libations are involved.
When libations get involved.
Understood. 10-4 rubber ducky.
I
will be back on
supervised
Thursday.
drunk Uno one time, and that was maybe the last time.
Thursday.
And I will be back. I will announce it on my Discord, but I will be back at some point, I think.
Heck
I'm
yeah.
gonna try streaming a little more. So we'll see what happens.
With that, I'm going to fire you off to my buddy at X Injection Gaming. He is playing League of Legends.
And I will...
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So we're going to do that. Go over, show some love. He is a good friend of mine, has been friends for years. Just recently picked up his streaming again, so let's go show some love. And we will see you another day.
I'm going to deafen you for 2 seconds, and I'll end my stream on my end as too. All right. See you in a bit.
So, all I can say is don't be a dumpster fire of a human being. Enjoy your week. I will see you on Thursday.